Play on IB. Good. Hello. The first players have been pinged. Let's see if they can make my way here. And either of them are bonding. Always off to a great start, as everyone. We're only half an hour late compared to when it was normally supposed to be starting. One of them is online. That seems as though one of our players is available. Different ghosts and space cat. Hello, there, Anthrax. How are you today?
Hello, hello.
You don't sound at all tired. I think you lied to me.
That's just because my body doesn't realize that I haven't slept yet.
Ah, I see. I see. Waiting to catch up to that. Alright, make sure to, of course, join the game. Password is Cerulean. Spelled extra fancy. Playing the message. Apparently someone by the name of Bama has yet to arrive. They may also be a band user, guys, but so how are you this lovely morning? Can I be heard well, by the way?
Yes. How about me? Am I
I can hear you
audible?
greatly. However, I'm not sure what that entails for the stream viewers. Maybe they can't hear anything. Who knows?
Yeah, they'll be fine. Speaking of the stream viewers, good morning, afternoon, and evening, depending on where you're watching from.
Suns have always been scary. Apparently, ship preview can't be turned off. It is a bug that apparently has gone unnoticed because everyone used ship preview. so. I'm just going to put it in the teams, and that will just make it work anyhow. Yeah.
So, what are the rules of this tourney? Anything special?
Okay, so the special events for today's tourney is the ship preview is off, which means you have no idea what your opponent is bringing until you get into the game. There is fewer asteroids than normal because there is, of course, the Fog of War. It's the first time in Modern that Fog of War is being applied here.
Oh, an elim even.
Yes, in Elimination. I suppose Domination is, but in Elimination, normally Fog of War is off.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, so the difference here is normally you have perfect information in a certain sense. Well, not perfect because you can't see the internal ship or know their tactics. But it is especially not the case here since you don't know what ship they're bringing and you can't even see it until you load into the game and get into range of it, which is likely to be within shooting range as well.
And how many ships is each player allowed to select from this month?
There's no limit to how many ships you want to bring. You can only load 5 in at a time. Ship there is limited to 5, but you can bypass that using explosive charges. So if you really wanted to, you could bring a different ship for every match. So that is not likely to be.
Normally, isn't it limited to 3 ships or 3 loadouts, technically?
Yes, normally that is limited to promote fairness based on newer versus older players. But that's the point is moot if you can't see the ships. Because functionally, you feel like you can only see the ships. This cat has left. That's one of the moves that they could have done. What that's about.
Yeah, this match is actually supposed to be Plow versus Space Cat, right?
Yes. So yeah, Space Cat was supposed to be here, and apparently there was a price change to change chain guns that Space Cat was not keeping up on.
Ooh, yeah, that'll get you. Especially since Chain Guns just released, went through a bunch of changes through all of the release candidates, price changes.
Yeah, it is the case that they've been subject to a change, and they were only just released. Fortunately, it wasn't mid-tournament, which I think Walt enjoys doing to me. So,
It's happened too many times to be coincidence, I feel like.
I agree. I don't know, maybe he just likes releasing on events are posted for, tournament such. Still a little bit suspicious for myself. Now, it shouldn't take too long to load their ships, so I'm going to first start. There's nothing to waffle about, especially with how long Space Cat took to get into the game. Alright, first match of the game. Now, keep in mind that the players cannot see the asteroids, and they cannot see each other. They have a small circle, or a small area around them, in which they can see, unless they have sensors.
I thought even in Fog of War you can see asteroids.
Um, no, Fog of War obscures asteroids, which is interesting. It's not something that's, I think that it's something that should be changed, probably going to be changed, but obviously is not the case because Space Cat almost sailed into the next. So they have a sensor. Okay, so Plows coming in with a chain gun disposable ship, which is just about killing its opponent as quickly as possible and not really caring about what comes next. And Space Cat with a very consistent, reliable, and it came with nukes, which Plows was probably not expecting. Well, let's watch those chain guns rip through Space Cat's ship.
Oh my goodness, the chain guns just tear through armor.
However, Space Cat, probably expecting something like this to happen, put in a second control room, which just got shot out. So a very quick match for our first round. Space Cat couldn't, unfortunately, couldn't use the nukes effectively enough to destroy these ships.
So are we doing 2 out of 3 or one match then double elim?
It's one match double elim, so both of these players are moving on to their respective places in the bracket. Yeah, thank you.
All right, well then, good game and grats to Plaus.
Yes. So Space Cat is not out of the tournament yet. Let's see. To announce the players after the matches end, you can look at the bracket.
Yeah, let me pull the bracket up.
Yeah, it's in tournament announcement. It's Antithesis versus Vathan. Both of these players being new. There's been roughly half of the players to this event are new, which is very exciting.
I noticed that. Yeah, there's a lot of new names.
I was really happy about that because normally it's just like the same few faces, and while there's nothing wrong with that, having new players is just amazing. Very exciting. I like to see what new ideas that other players will bring. House, Space Cat brought the ship that they typically always bring, something in that shape, but with, chain guns, trying to fit as many weapons in as possible. And Plow brought the probably most typical chain gun build right now, because they have a lot of damage, and if you can just kill your opponent, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, basically an alpha rammer.
Amusingly, mines are probably going to be really good here, except that nobody uses mines for obvious reasons.
That's true.
But yeah, if we look at Plow's ship, you guys can just go back or whatnot. It's all forward thrust all the time, and it functions by locking you in place so you can't spread damage. So if it can only charge forward, then if you put mines in front of it, then it's gonna have a bad day.
And I don't remember seeing any armor on it. I think it's just the damage reduction that chain guns have when they're not firing is the only defenses that ship has.
Yes. Furthermore, there's fog of war, so if you deploy mines really early, I'm not sure how difficult they would be to see or turn out of, but they could come as a very nasty surprise.
All right, well, I am going to laugh if later in the tournament we see mines show up because you have talked about it.
Sorry, guys, I like discussing the tactics, and I assume that everyone will use the optimal tactics. So I just say out loud how I would deal with things. The players. So even though, yeah, so even though maybe nobody was going to use mines and they will now, I think they kind of should, like, anyways. Like, tactically, if I saw that ship, I would be using mines. And so it's probably a good idea as well.
All right, team 1 and team 2, we're ready to go.
As a single player. I don't know how would you deal with the chain gun ship?
That is an interesting question. Uh, I mean, most of the configurations I've been seeing are rammers. So my first instinct is a kite or some kind of kite with strafe, just something to get away from them and get some distance. And I hadn't even thought of mines, but it's kind of a good idea.
So to be fair, most kites use mines, either that or nukes, to help gain distance. Because you don't technically need to be faster than your opponent, you just need to be fast enough and have disincentives.
Well, I guess we'll see.
You try to avoid announcing features if the ship's too early, so that the other players can't like hear the stream in the background.
Is there stream delay?
Yes, 30 seconds. Beautiful ships from Vathan. How this goes. Fortunately, Antithesis seems to have brought a well-established archetype, whereas Vathan is using multiple ships, which, as an experienced player knows, is probably not going to be a optimal situation. So Vathan should see what they're up against by now, which
They
is
should at the very least see multiple pings on the map already, right?
Vathan is the person using ships. Antithesis, I'm pretty sure already knows that there's multiple enemies, just not what they are, or what they entail.
Well, one ship down and scouted out successfully.
So let's see, I think Antithesis is going to be faster than any of the singular Ostaffs, E4 Ostaffs.
I'm
So it's
thinking you're right. They don't have a lot of thrust. They have some good armor, but I don't know.
unfortunately it doesn't matter how much armor you have if you can never hit your opponent, then they don't run out of ammo, right? I would probably be running since, well, I don't know, it depends on how well Antithesis knows their archetype. Because they can just like attack without ever getting into range because deck cannons have shorter range, and if you don't have the speed to make up for that, then opponent doesn't ever have to technically fight you.
Yeah, Vathan's best bet here would be to try to get a surround or a flank, but these ships are just a bit too slow. It looks like they're not going to be able to get anywhere near a vulnerable point.
Yeah, Vathan would probably want to just try and wait out the ring as much as possible, like split up, because at least at that point you get the equalizer that is the Ring of Death and lowers the bonus of maneuverability that Antithesis has. So, I mean, if Antithesis just flies in between the ships for one reason or gets stuck on an asteroid, because you can see that the player probably didn't see it coming or reacted very slowly to it.
Yeah, I feel like Vathan isn't giving RTS commands to all of the ships the same way that you might. I've seen how you play ships like this.
Trying to accurately control multiple ships optimally is very difficult, and domination players have a huge amount of respect for me for it. Vathan is probably directly controlling their damaged ship and issuing simple movement commands for the other two. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it just dodge. Doesn't necessarily yield the best results, trying to flank and such.
Then again, I'm still not sure these ships would have the speed to flank, even if they had the chance.
Yeah, I don't think that they should ever end up flanking. They just don't have any. They just don't have any. the doctrinal dissonance from Antithesis is faster in all directions than they are in one. However, Vathan is doing a decent job spreading damage at the very least. It's stuck on me. Hindered by it anyway. And Antithesis seems allergic to sticking around and finishing blows, even if they are showing off fancy dodges.
Well, I think it's calm, calculated avoider play that I actually haven't got to see in a while. Most
It's
avoiders just get rammed to death.
so as someone who plays with them a lot, I would say that if you can be aggressive, you should, because you should always take advantage of overwhelming sustain, and of course kill your opponents as quickly as possible. Even if this is technically safer. I mean, you can't get killed by an opponent that's already dead, right?
Yeah, I would say Antithesis isn't in any real danger here. One
Yes.
ship still stuck on an asteroid, the other heading to mid, it looks like, but
At least
yeah.
Vathan's ships have some amount of reverse thrust, but typically getting off of an asteroid, especially when you have something crooked into an indent, takes a lot of micromanagement.
That one deck cannon shot almost got around, but not quite.
It's interesting, the deck cannons aim in such a fashion that they can often arc around the front of a different ship, and can take out those reactors. I've had it happen. It's quite irritating to have to deal with at times. Yet this is ending up kind of in between two ships. One of them is largely dead and gets out of that position. Good tactic or good battlefield awareness at that end. However, the Ring of Death has gotten to less than half of its original proportions, so that's another reason for Antithesis to try and play aggressively. Try and not let the match come to that.
Yeah, try and close it out now.
Give the 5 ship down. Play half of Vathan's health.
Alright, so the other ship coming in still has both deck cannons.
Has decent amounts of armor, assuming that Antithesis doesn't have good aim. Barely managed to not get totally stuck on each other, though this isn't much better. It's worth noting that the deck cannons would probably never be able to break through the shields, which is unfortunate. So hoping for a flank is... Getting a flank would be ideal. Nice job from Vathan spreading the damage. I think that Antithesis might be using their mouse to aim, which is why their damage has been so inconsistent. Most players, when using direct control, will just use the AI aiming, which means you target a specific part and then your ship mostly takes care of it. Vathan down to one ship, Antithesis being very respectful of it.
Nothing wrong with playing extra safe.
At the very least, Antithesis lost 1% of their health. Even if Vathan never managed to land a good shot that did significant damage. Antithesis seems to have inconsistent thrusters. I wonder if that could be eventually taken advantage of if another ship could outdance it and stress its thrusters.
I was just noticing that as well, but GG Antithesis.
Good manners from both players. Alright, so here in Lunastro next. Can you ping in?
Yes. Lost connection with the host.
According to OBS, I'm still having an excellent connection, but people are also remarking that the having a stream, that is. So it's Cube's fault instead of mine for one, at the very least. Yes. Air should be joining in a moment. Lunastro and Air, both well-known players, 6 players. At least they're both names that I recognize. I think Air predates Lunastro. Lunastro being a um
I think Lunestro was closer to like when I started. Air was long before that.
well, we can just ask him. If they feel like answering that.
They're probably trying to pick their ship right now.
Wary. Well, Lunastro was not a noteworthy competitive player, so I didn't recognize their name.
Yeah, I think they got into PvP.
Yeah.
But
Better
we're
for it.
around.
And yeah, Air is definitely a classic player.
I know getting into PvP helped me completely change how my ships were built.
Like, there's only one option. I really. Very interesting. Either player going for change or radars. No tournament specific change players. It's very interesting the ships that people bring without having any clue to what their opponent is bringing.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go with a safe choice. Other times you got a full send.
Very funny. A TB missile ship, TB missile orbiter that can't really dodge nuke versus Lunastro's nuke. I don't know, called nuke orbiters that probably can't dodge missiles. It auto fires them instead of aiming. So this is obviously an attrition match for both players, assuming that Lunastro never lines up a clear shot that pierces air.
I think the advantage is going to go in the way of the TBs.
Yeah, the tractor beams are definitely going to be very good at both repositioning air constantly relative to Lunastro and keeping Lunastro from lining up a good shot. No experience Lunastro is with those nukes. Those aren't probably going to hit or.
Ooh, another manual fire. They all hit. Impressive.
Yes. Typically, if air was a faster or more normal speed ship, they would have drifted out of the way of those. Hence my assuming that they would miss. More auto-fired nukes. Lunastro must have been practicing.
Pinpoint accuracy, it seems like.
I think those might have been aimed, and air is not doing a very good job at shifting position. going in circles in place. And they are suffering damage for it. Luno's been doing a good job of catching missiles exclusively on their front, but it is definitely stressing their reactor to support all those shields and all the thrusters.
And that is a lot of shields on one reactor, so those outer shields are not getting recharged.
Yeah, it's in a certain sense, it's almost like a storage ship. I'm kind of surprised that Luno's hasn't tried going in larger and larger circles to break off, let their shields recharge. They might not have noticed. Maybe they're trying to go for a quick kill. Might see some shields lost here. Getting there though. First, complete miss from Luno. Very unfortunate.
That was a good timing for activating TBs to push and get distance from that nuke volley.
Yeah, this is a great lined up shot though.
Ooh, yep.
Luno seems to be getting spun by the tractor beams, which is not good. They're taking damage on their phase. That is disconnected their structural support or anything. Ooh, spin around, launching in there. Was mine to the side. Both players suffer damages. Air lost roughly half of their firepower. Luno is running out of ammo, but they didn't suffer nearly as much direct damage. Well played by both players thus far.
Yeah, that was some incredible defensive spinning.
I think Luno yeah, doing another spin to get to the other nuke. Fortunately gonna whiff.
Narrow miss.
However, the other side is reloaded. It seems like they keep needing the different side that's currently loaded. However, their shield recharge seems to be good enough, and the missiles have yet to break through and damage any shields. Given the air's damage has been definitely clipped, that's going to be to try and break through the shields still. I wonder if air might want to conserve firepower so that they can try and use tractor beams to guarantee good hits, because they're probably just gonna bounce off the shields for the rest of the match.
I mean, the armor's almost worn completely away on the one side.
The issue is you need like two consistent volleys, and Lunastro being an experienced player can just like tilt away and take damage on the other corners of armor of their reactor. This show running at the clock for some reason.
Trying to get all the nukes reloaded, all the shields recharged. Just buying time.
Yeah, it's gonna take just a little bit. I would have thought that there'd be storages with how far away all the logistics are. Air built up some amount of speed to help dodge nuke. Sure, well, it did a flip and like burned it all away.
Still very selective with the TB use the whole match.
It's very interesting. I wonder what their thought process is on where and when to. They seem to be using it to push here so that Lunastro can't line up a shot though. Very well played. Something to note. Normally you can see missiles no matter where they are and can avoid them accordingly. Lunastro either has to keep them in mind or be extremely reactive to them when they come back in. If they come back in. Yeah, another shove from air to keep Joe from getting a good shot. You want to have your nukes in a perpendicular arrangement to the enemy so that they all line up and hit the same place sequentially.
Surprised Air didn't try to push into the rock.
We're going to take a little bit of damage on air's second layer of armor. Oof, Lunastro clips the rock. That might hurt. Air pulling, I think, to try and get the missiles time to catch up. Missiles are one of the more efficient ammunition weapons in the game. Ooh, this is a nice lineup shot. Sure, doesn't launch. Is aiming. Only a third left. Definitely under half, so they probably need to be more selective with their nuke launches here and out. Here on out. This could still go either way though, which is the most interesting part to me.
Yeah, one good volley from either player could turn this battle.
With air pulling and pushing. Very interesting. That last nuke might get a missiles. Only a few thrusters. So air's turning ability has been reduced. Not a huge boon in damage. Air fully forcing their opponent to turn and spin. They don't want.
Oh no, speaking of a lot of ammo,
Oof.
it looks like Air's having some supply chain issues.
Yeah, air definitely has like the resources to keep shooting, but it doesn't have the logistics set up to afford it properly. Which, to be fair, setting up like missile support is very difficult. Mister still has a good 2 or 3 volleys in them. So I imagine if they need to, they can get through air's front on the left side, but they seem to be going for rear shots first and foremost.
With so little ammo, you really have to count on a kill shot with whatever volley you launch.
Yeah, fortunately, at the very least, Lunaster doesn't have to worry about their front being damaged anymore. Especially since there's only like 5 missiles in the air at once, typically.
Yeah, not enough to break through the shields,
It's just
which means Air is going to have to rely on missiles coming from another angle or getting a flip.
as bad. Continue. These other ones coming in. Oh, nice.
That's all the missiles.
So air is now in an interestingly precarious situation. They disconnected their armor since it wasn't doing anything for them anymore. And they're now going to try and they're now go to they're now going to try and sumo Lunastro, I assume. Interestingly, this is now they now have the ability to dodge the nukes better. So I expect there to be worse nuke lineups from here on. They're
I
pulling.
think Lunastro has the mass advantage, and if Air tried to TB, would just end up getting reflected off.
Fortunately, we can't tell because the crew EVA symbol completely overwrites all of the irrelevant info.
Of course.
They're pulling the missiles back in. The stored energy can support them for a little bit. They might
Oh,
get
smart
lucky.
move. Because if they were targeted while it, or before it detached, it'll still fire if they have power.
It doesn't appear to. They're kind of running away in fear from Joe, which those nukes are very scary. Joe more focused on staying within the ring of death, not let the raw damage build up. Yeah, there's fog of war. That's a good push. A good lineup of nukes.
Oh, so close to getting the reactor.
463 on that. That is a very low amount. Only 10% of it. Ooh, nice shot. They're in a rough position. I don't think Luno Show has very much more ammo. Has much ammo left, however. I think that's gonna be it.
Alright, well, fun game. That was well played by both players. GG Lunastro.
Nicely done.
The war of attrition.
Luno Show will be moving on. Air will be second. We have Slow King and Kiki up next. That is rough for Kiki. We're already discussing how unfortunately screwed Kiki is. Kiki, a new player, Slow King being an established champion. Probably #1 seed. Definitely very, very high seed. Not something that anyone would want to go up against, much less one of the new players.
Best of luck.
Fortunately, the Fog of War is a fantastic equalizer for everyone. Kiki might have set something up that Slow King isn't expecting, and because they're not expecting it, they can't really preempt it at all. So Slow King would be playing defensively if they wanted to see that, or might just fall into a trap laid by Kiki. Is it? Just Kiki. Really appreciate the aesthetics for a set B3.
Loving Slow King's paint job.
Yeah, it's navy, um, very dark.
Very, very interesting ship choice.
Hey, it's probably gonna deal with chain guns better if you can get a full spin off or start spinning before they ram you. It also has sensors. Very cool. So let's see. Kiki, if they no Kiki, if they see what it is and know what they're doing, they will just fly past it and get away from it, and not try and kill it because it's nowhere near the center of the ring.
Yeah, and they need to be very wary of that third eye.
Yes, I suspect it's going to be the main threat here. Looking demonstrating excellent piloting with smaller ships. Like one of their established skills. Kiki fortunately has a little bit of rear armor that's not going to do much for long.
Yeah, detached the nuke modules so they'd keep firing, but removed some defenses in doing so.
They would have been helpful there, yeah. Let's see. Are the rails gonna... Because you don't want to show your back to the rails. They can't get away, probably. Cloaking isn't lining up the shots very well. Fortunately, they're still in range and being pelted at, though, so it's only a matter of time before one of the reactors gets taken out. Like that.
And Third Eye getting in a great position.
I think,
Terrifying little flanker I've personally faced.
yes, I can see how that would be brutal. Well played by Wolf players.
And Kiki, don't forget that you will be going to the losers bracket next, so you're still in it
Yes. Is...
if they're watching the stream.
yes, it's Terratron and Sparky up next. Kingdom.
Oh, Terratron has all the characters.
Oh,
Hold on.
yeah. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Terratron on Discord has custom character. Yeah, that's what they look like. And they go by different names, like Zerul, for example. Everyone just... Because I'm not sure how you pronounce those magic runes.
Are are those all letters? I don't think they are.
Don't know. No, the first one's not an E. It's a special character.
Lost connection with the host.
At least it's your range, not mine.
At least it lets me just join right back as well.
Yes. Very good. It's very interesting to me that new players always have such low firepower on their ships. Of the two we've seen thus far, the previous one being a Vathan, they only have like 2 deck cannons per ship. When you want like 12 total at minimum. Which would...
They seemed like they would be very bulky dom ships.
Yeah, they'd probably be a lot better in domination, where opponents just come to you and aren't fighting. So it could be they didn't have enough time to build more. Kiki's ship is also interesting. It's a like heavy forward laser wall, but it didn't have... it had like half the firepower it needed to be effective. I don't think it got up to the 1.5 mil price point either.
Well, Kiki being a new player, room to advance.
Of course. In fact, that's probably a nice thing, is that you know directly where your problems are and how to improve. Sparky, another new player. Excellent sportsmanship thus far from everyone. And we are off. Terratron, established player versus Sparky, a new one that we haven't seen before. Not an established name.
Terratron bringing out a ship I recognize, or at least similar to what I've seen before.
Yes. A PB rail. It's their specialties in a certain sense. Versus, wow, that is a lot of thrusters. 14 engine rooms of strictly forward thrust, with a total of 42 huge thrusters. So I think they are going to be capable of ramming Terratron, if they know what they're up against. This might hurt if they don't. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Well played. Okay, buddy. That's a little bit too aggressive.
literally won by the sensor being able to see through the fog of war.
Let's see. Thruster's not. Okay, so the thing is, with TV ships like this, you need more impressive hooks so that you can get a better grasp on your opponent. And yeah, Terratron just flips them and that's it.
Oof, that was a rough match.
Fastest match thus far. However, I'm enthusiastic about Sparky's chances. They know what's going on based on their ship design.
It seemed like a great ship. They got caught at a bad angle because they didn't have sensors.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the fog of war and rails is a synergy that is not something that exists outside of it or outside of fog of war settings. Wrong with Pam? Nice.
So next up is Juno and Miguel. Juno is a name I know, Miguel is a name I don't.
I think Miguel has been in previous tournaments, but they are not as experienced as Juno, who is a classic player.
All right, fair enough.
Miguel is in the lobby. A lot of people in the lobby, just waiting for their turn potentially. See how long it takes Miguel to join. I assume that Miguel Techno is the right Miguel. It might not be. Yeah, it is. Okay.
I mean, I hope so.
It'd certainly be one of the cons ever to just sign up, just replace someone else with.
Can you imagine they go on to win? They're like, I didn't even know I was supposed to be here.
There was a reward? I like being able to click the funny countdown button.
No pressure. Pick your ship.
Ooh, asteroids directly in the center. Interesting. Miguel is showing the same symptoms of low firepower for newer ships, as well as low speed, versus Juno, who has a established archetype. Medium reactors instead of larges for the front. That's pretty unique. I unfortunately think that this is going to be as one-sided as the previous match was.
Interestingly, with the difference in reactors, it still has the same firepower as traditional setup
Yes, the issue
with
is
the
that
three large.
the issue is that it doesn't have armor in front of the reactors, so it's easier to start taking the compounding losses. It also doesn't have as much strafing thrust, so it's less efficient, even if it's like more consistent, maybe.
There is armor in a different place, hopefully to avoid chain from the front weapons to any of the thrust.
Yes. I think that would be primarily for rails. They don't just one-tap the rear thrusters. But the thing is, if you are shooting at a reactor, it would probably just go straight through anyways. it's
Oof.
it's an interesting design. It's very curious. Avoiders as that is what Juno is using. That are probably one of the best, if not the best option for dealing with swarms because they can constantly kite and reposition and are very precise at taking down opponents with the different blasters. They are very good at overwhelming a specific area's defenses, right?
And if you don't have enough burst to get through those layered small shields, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, or ability to apply enough pressure.
Well, GG to Juno. And Miguel moves on to the losers bracket.
Let's see. Is Nick versus Chillin' Chicken up next? Chillin' Chicken, also a new player. Nick is an established one. And Bama still has yet to say anything, so I'm just going to move 15th Gamer up next.
Yeah, I think that's a forfeit at this point.
Yeah, I tired of that. So Blaze and 15th are up after this one. Players have been pinged, but neither are responding. Both are online. I wonder if the avoider choices are because of like knowing that your opponent is bringing swarm or it's going to bring swarm. I wonder if that was an intentional. Very interesting.
Oh, wait. False Choir is chilling.
Yes. They leave. Kind of recognized the ship was too expensive. Back now. What's going on?
I fixed whatever issue they had. Just waiting on Nick then.
Nick is a classic player, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. People are
I
telling
mean, he's been around for at least as long as I have. I know that much.
people are saying I didn't mention that Luno Show isn't a post player. They definitely are. They are definitely a known name that participates in competitive events.
You definitely said that Lunastro was a known player.
Oh, I thought I did. I don't know. That comment says they all have. So Nick is updating hotkeys on their ship. I have lost tournaments because I forgot or mishotkeyd my ships. So absolutely make sure your hotkeys are working before you bring a ship into an event.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Slow King was the person I lost to. Didn't get the proper hotkeys, and they got first place.
Are you kidding me?
May have to take take a break to let players update the game, so I can update the game. Even if apparently there's an update, even if an update is launched, as long as you stay in the game and in the lobby, you don't update.
So Walt tuned in to the beginning of the stream and was like, "You want to see it? I bet it would be funny."
He actually asked in the dev Discord, which I'm a part of being an architect, like, is there anything I'm forgetting before I launch the chain update? Consider. I said consider. It'd be really funny if you did it mid-tournament on Saturday. Fortunately, he did not, because that would have been quite the problem.
It is exciting to have a tournament with a brand new weapon that dropped literally yesterday.
Well, technically, it wasn't dropped yesterday. It's like it's been established for a while. Presumably, some form of like effective, consistent form of it has been established.
It's like testing, beta testing, but
What I was kind of wanting was there to be people figured out how to like use it and such, so that they could, it's like competitive evolution and see how it played out.
yeah, hoping to see more in the tourney.
Hopefully, we know that Plow says it at least. Mm, choices from Chillin' Chicken showing that they are a fast learner at the very least, or are somebody else with a different name, with the very well-built ships. Interesting. Rail flankers versus one rail orbiter. So this is going to depend on piloting first and foremost, I would say.
No sensor on it, and a back full of nukes.
I kind of want a sensor with the Fog of War, though Lunar Abyss is a pretty decently old ship, so I can see reluctance to modify it. They should be able to view each other now, so Nick is probably panicking.
I would be panicking right now because this is where you get flanked by a rail trap.
False or Chillin does not hold fire like they needed to, and does not get a good shot. It just bounces off the side armor. And that clips the corner. The nukes don't do any damage, unfortunately. Oh, they take
Oh, they
out
got
one
one
rail.
rail.
But the next volley should do damage. No. Nick aimed for the reactor instead of the rails, so...
Ooh, that was a bit early for that volley.
Yeah, ship behind them is out of firepower, so Nick can ignore it for the time being. It's the reactor, that's probably game.
More rails, was able to get through the armor on the side there.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think Chillin' Chicken definitely needed to hold their fire better, given that their win condition is only getting a full flank.
Yeah, when the back is armored that much and has the nuke launchers there, it's not like it's completely vulnerable like some other ship archetypes.
Yeah. Yeah, even if Chillin got like a perfect shot, it could also not end up working because of Nick's back armor and such. But that's alright, they have another chance. Alright. Have Blaze and 15th Gamer. Can you ping them?
Yep, already done.
Nice. Impressive. You know, it's a lot easier when I can just manage the bracket and somebody else takes care of the pings.
Speaking of which, could I get a new bracket with all the people that moved forward?
Yes. I'm gonna wait until Blaze and 15th Gamer do their match so that it's properly in line with everything.
Yep, fair.
Let's see. I've seen Blaze talking, and I know that 15th Gamer was here because they responded. Blaze is also online. Is Blaze in the lobby? 15th is. As is Blaze. Okay, they should be in here quite soon.
There we go.
Nice. Start the countdown. No niceties.
Hello, welcome to the lobby, and we're going.
Blaze has a very similar ship to Plow's of the Chain Gun Alpha, I would say, where it cannot reload. It will kill the opponent or it will run out of ammo.
Uh-oh.
And I would say 15th probably has one of the better ship choices against it, where he has a ton of shields and armor, so it will be capable of attempting to starve out the ammo. It will probably depend on how effectively 15th can choose their targets with the deck cannons to try and clear out the chain guns.
If those hooks get in good placement, those chain guns, I feel like, are going to eat through that armor.
Yes, if Blaze can attack at an angle so that 15th bounces weirdly, it could be bad. Yeah, that's exactly what Blaze is attempting to do here. And it's just behind him
Ooh.
now? Okay, well then. Going for the control rooms to the reactor because even if the reactor dies, the opponent still lives. And wow, okay.
So much thrust. All of that boost activated, whipped it right around, and an insane win for Blaze. GG.
Very impressive. Blaze showing themselves as a very experienced player, a very established one. One of the newer ones, but that's alright. Down to the bracket. And then Too Much Aaron versus Antithesis. Very nice of all the players to say GG. This is the last match of the semi-semi-finals. No, semi-semi. That's the last match of the first round. I'll say that. For the starter bracket. Bracket? I'm not aware of the technical terms.
I think it's just the normal bracket and the losers bracket.
The bracket and the losers bracket. Um, Antithesis to probably update it to Antithesis updated their game.
Well, heck.
Okay. Let's see. So I have to just so that it met. Because you see, if I stream, if I just close Cosmoteer, then the stream will close. So let's start Nova Drift. Really play it. Go. Over here.
Alright, small 100 gig update.
I come on, Walt. I see how it is. Okay. Cosmoteer. New huge update for Nova Drift. Speaking of, added swords. All right, join my game.
Wait, incompatible? What?
Did you not update the game, Anthrax?
I did. It says you didn't.
What?
I have 24.0A.
24. I have 24.0 Steam. All right. Okay.
So are we going to do this whole bracket, then the loser's bracket, or are we going to work through this round and then the first round of the loser's bracket?
Yes to the first part. Do the entire first section, then the loser's bracket, and then the final. Okay, it's not updating for me. That's wonderful. Okay, I suspect it's the case that it is because Nova Drift is open. So I will stream Paint.net. Everyone's favorite game. Okay, 5 kilobyte. Well, 5.94. It's almost 6. Oh, maybe.
While you're doing that, can you send me the bracket?
Yes. Yes, I will do that. I mean, I failed to update. I can read the number, the new number. We go.
Huzzah!
Cosmoteer. Okay, switch to Cosmoteer. It should work out. There we go. Yeah, now we can see it. Hey, Aaron, come on. Where are you guys? Go back to playing Nova Drift. I don't know what they're doing. Okay. I think
Right, there's Aaron.
huzzah. Good for Aaron. Always showing up. Very cool. Aaron already being struck by choice debuff, where they have to pick the right option, even though it might doom them. However, that isn't too big a concern in the lower levels of the bracket, and especially when you still have your first free loss token or whatever. So it'll definitely come into play more later, but it should be fine now for the most part. Kind of amused. Get to have like a mini bracket of all the new players at the bottom in the losers bracket, at least in the first few stages, before higher level players are knocked down. Huzzah, they're here.
Oh boy, what a fun match this is gonna be.
Okay, so
My favorite matchup.
this is actually really fun to watch. It's just that one of these is also a counter to the other because of the shield choices. Okay,
Very true.
it's so weird. Like the left ship, like Aaron's ship should not be as popular as it is. The right one is objectively superior. However, the left one counters the right one.
Antithesis has Antithesis is having some crew issues with their engine rooms, it looks like.
Yes, I noticed that at the start of the last match. I didn't think too much of it though, given that nobody's going to be fast enough to take advantage of it. Too much Aaron quaking in their boots apparently has no idea what their opponent has brought, despite the fact that they actually have a huge advantage here. However, and
With the Fog of War, you have to play even more careful because you have no idea if it's a rail fan.
yeah, that can like shoot you before you see it. That's probably what too much Aaron is afraid of happening, though they should know based on the speed of their opponent that it's not a railfan.
And it's strafing.
Yeah. Right, you never seen a railfan strafe before? So it is possible. I'm talking as if I've written it off. I haven't written it off. It is possible for Antithesis to win, especially if they're playing as defensively as they did last time they played. Because they just need to stay out of range of the disruptors, and then their shields allow them to just win, right? However, if their opponent comes into range, the disruptors shred the shields. Yeah, nicely done from Antithesis. No damage thus far, however, so Antithesis is doing an excellent job of turning to spread damage and such, retreating when they don't have projected shields, projected large shields. Let's see, do either player know the synchronized fire trick? Too much Aaron does not. Okay, well, that is why one of the ships counters the other. Antithesis is now at a disadvantage and has one of their reactors immediately exposed.
Yeah, Aaron doing a great job of targeting those shields on the side, taking those out, and now targeting the other side. We're completely removing Antithesis' defenses.
Yeah, too much Aaron is going to just... Oof, that's not That's a very exposed reactor. Too much Aaron arguably should just be as aggressive as they want now because their opponent has to respect them no matter what they do.
Yeah, losing those 2 shields put them at such a disadvantage. Aaron
Yeah.
should push and just, well, maybe
th
still play safe.
I think Antithesis is doing the better piloting here, though. It's unfortunate that they charged at the same time that Aaron did, but
Aaron did take some damage there, though.
yes. Well, that's what I mean. It's like Antithesis is still doing a good job protecting it, even though they're at a disadvantage. Oof. However, there's only so much you can do to stretch your livability, and too much Aaron just has free reign to attack because they're not being pressured back. And Antithesis' entire front is turned off because of the disruptors. That is a side part, is because these ships are so energy dependent and disruptors are so good at stripping energy, is that if your opponent just attacks you non-stop, you cannot out heal or support your parts anymore. Like everything just becomes empty.
Wow, well done for too much Aaron. Good piloting from Antithesis,
And
but
phenomenal piloting from Antithesis. It's a shame that it didn't matter though. Alright, so next up we have Blaze and Plows. Who interesting. Both of these players brought chain gun chips, so I'm wondering what the thought process will be.
oh yeah, this is gonna be like a mirror matchup of chain guns for the first time ever.
Assuming that they bring them, of course. They might bring mines, knowing what their opponent's bringing, which is going to be weird if we see 2 kites.
Oh, that's right. You can bring any ship. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, and you can also just mind games your opponent as much as you want, or at least you can attempt to anyway, because you don't know what they're bringing and they don't know what you're bringing. House is the first one that arrives. Wherever Blaze is. Blaze is very occupied doing something.
Ah, launching his game after updating.
Ah yes, have to update your game. Of course, I forgot.
Now, for anybody watching who is participating, update your game. We all had to update, so everybody's got to update.
Such great timing, you know? I really
I'm
appreciate
telling you, Walt has a sense of humor.
it. I don't know, man. Sometimes jokes get stale after enough times. Maybe. Just maybe, anyway. Here we are. Let's see. Either appears to have brought their chain gun ships.
Ah, sad.
Amusing. They both probably mind games themselves out of picking it. House with 2 ultralight rail orbiters, I think is what those would be called. both with
Yep.
sensors, interestingly. And
That's a
Blaze,
smart move.
yeah, Blaze with his very remarkable hyperdrive beacon nuke ship and duck cannon combo. Connection issue is you, Anthrax.
And I'm out. Have
Alas.
fun.
Yes. Just me this time. The acupuncture 2 pair can probably see what's going on already. And it can probably snipe Blaze's ship from out of range to get to at least one of the control rooms. So interesting. Blaze's ship depends on being able to overwhelmingly kill one of their opponents with, of course, the nukes, or kill their opponent or severely cripple them and then finish them off. But if you can only like deal with one of the ships, okay, well, let's go time. Oof. Only one of the nukes hit. That's really sad. Barely even hindered it too. Only lost a thrust. Well, the sensor too, I guess. But the other one spawning should be able to help deal with that. So Blaze cannot catch up with them either. So definitely a rough position for Blaze. And it's just sniped from behind. Ouch. Klaus did a fantastic job. Blaze didn't even know he was in range because he didn't have sensors apparently. Nicely
Yeah,
done.
the Fog of War is definitely going to bring sensors into the meta if that becomes a consistent thing.
Yeah, there's the graphic here definitely needs work because we can't see what the players are seeing, like StarCraft 2 shows or such.
Yeah.
That's my main complaint with this one. Alright. Class moves on, Blaze moves down. Too much Aaron versus Lunastro D. If you would be so willing. So kind.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, I understand. I'll ping them myself. I guess you are only a caster, not an assistant or anything. I hope one day it'll be the case that people just join without needing to be told.
I mean, they have to wait for the delay to see when the match is over.
I suppose so. It's still an intriguing concept though, right? Nice. Both players already. We're at the countdown. See what we got. Interesting. Interesting. So too much Aaron with a pretty traditional ion orbiter. With pretty long range focus. Versus 3 ultralight missile kites, it appears. Interesting. We haven't seen much of these ships. One immediately gets stuck on the rock. So it depends on probably how badly Lunastro can flub up their piloting. Because too much Aaron is probably just going to be a consistent forward pace to try and get to their opponent.
It's going to be hard to RTS micromanage all of these kites at once, but we can hope. Let's see how Lunastra does.
Immediately take off some of their armor and hooks. They need the speed a lot more than they need the armor. Because the shields will just catch everything, I assume. Ooh, they
Doing
can
a crazy spin to get rid of it. That
they,
was almost very dangerous.
they can also aim their ions. has a fantastic feature, this ship. So now the ship can't escape, and even if it's strafe, it wouldn't matter.
But it can't outrun missiles, and those missiles from behind are going to catch up.
Yes. Too much air and probably needs to move in like curves or such so that the missiles are thrown off. Because they almost lost the prism. Their rearmost prism is at half health. Wow. Oh,
Oh, last minute spin to dodge those two missiles.
very stressful. And the asteroid comes into play, kind of. Saves Lunastro just for an extra second. Asteroid hilariously saves Lunastro just for a little bit at least. Taking a comedically long time to finish off what is truly a very dead ship.
Well played.
King versus Terratron.
Well played too much, Aaron.
Yes. Well played, both players.
So who was it? Terratron Slowking?
Yes. King and Terratron.
Got it from last time.
I just press at, and then since Terratron is one of the people in the chat, it should bring them up. Good. I mean, it did for me, but you know, I guess. Slowking should be arriving, and be very saddening if he didn't. Do they feel like joining anyway? Take your time. Slowking not update.
Oh no.
What I expect has happened.
I mean, I know you started the timer as soon as people joined the lobby, but I would hope they've been thinking about what ship they're going to bring
I
and
can't
don't
imagine.
feel too rushed to pick a ship in those 15 seconds.
Yeah, I can't imagine that one is.
But
Let's see.
Lunastro did say they panicked a bit.
Yeah, my bad. Shouldn't have done that. Given an extra 5 more seconds. Gotcha. Though one might attribute it to retroactive reasoning, but you know, etc., etc. So Terratron, expecting chain guns from Slowking, I imagine, brought a rail kite with mines, and Slowking brought rail flankers, rail traps, with large shields, noticeably. So assuming that Slowking pays attention and catches all the projectiles with his shields, this should be pretty easy.
I was going to point out Slowking has a very unique design, including sensors and large shields. So
Uh,
that might be pretty huge.
it has sensors, and the opponent also does. Okay. So, Slow King should be able to see the mines coming at the very least. They don't know what the opponent has, though, thus far.
You can't see mines in the fog of war.
Well, yeah, but you have sensors so you can see him far ahead. Ooh. Both players take no damage. Very spooky. And Slow King's other one, get it? That's not a good angle. Nice. Lost one of the rails. Didn't lose the sensor. Slow King unfortunately missed the center of Terratron's ship that has the reactor and sensor. I imagine that's what they were going for. What he was going for.
Either that or maybe just to detach the rails from the thrust.
Oh, he lost the rails on the second ship.
Oh no.
Mines are good with Fog of War at least. However, the thing is, I still think that one of Slow King's ships beats one of Terratron's ships because it has less shields and less firepower. Assuming he doesn't get flanked. He should be able to see it coming, though. Probably don't. Make sure you at least issue a rotate command.
Ooh, over-rotated, lost 2 rails.
The opponent
But
also lost
landed a
one
hit.
rail. The fires are going to be a relevant factor here. Slow King seems to have no way to put out the one near his ammunitions, which could eventually start burning the reactor. And
At least there's Effie.
yeah, at least there is fire extinguishers. Doesn't mean it might occur. Kind of amusing that fire is what's really going to decide this.
Yeah, serious fires going on Terratron's ship as well.
And keep in mind, Slow King will have an ammo explosion at some point. Oh, it already occurred. But it didn't get to the reactor. So that's not too big an issue.
Is that an accidental misfire through the asteroid, it looked like?
It appears that Terratron won't lose his last rail to fire, but it has no protection right now. So it should, yeah, he's running. Probably launching mines. Yeah, there's mines. Let's see if Slow King dies to them again. Here.
Oh, that'd be heartbreaking.
Yeah, Slow King moving probably slower than one could, which is probably best so one can like screen ahead for mines. No fire extinguisher. I think Slow King has lost a few matches because of lack of fire extinguishers, so Terratron's probably hoping for that pattern to repeat.
So in this case of just getting kited, Slowking could just try to take mid and position.
Good, but keeping Terratron honest by constantly positioning and such is probably safer, I would say. Plus, you can get moments like this where the opponent is if left in a terrible position.
There goes last rail.
Just, just
Terratron having to whip around like that to get a shot off just makes very, very vulnerable.
probably wanted to focus on killing the thrusters first and foremost, because that reactor was pointless. As is, Terratron could push him out of the ring or push him into mines.
Oh no, the win via sumo?
It would be possible if he didn't get stuck on an asteroid. Well then, looks like Terratron is going to drag it out to the Ring of Death. Okay, trying to get anything to happen with the recoil of his railgun. Unfortunately, he is pinned nice and properly there. I guess this is an argument for having a single mining laser somewhere on your ship.
If only we had boarding.
Really not the thought I would have came up with. I don't think
Yeah,
that...
then instead of being pinned, Slowking could just board the ship and disable it.
Wonder should have speeded up. Do we want to watch every grueling second of this?
Well, not too much, because Terratron actually has less health overall, but I don't know. You know how rod damage works better than I do.
Okay, yes. Every part on your ship has the health percentage reduced. Based on which part has the highest health. So if you have like a 2 HP reactor going into Rod, you do not get, that doesn't like take damage first, it takes damage last. So in a certain sense, ideally, your important components, your control room and reactor, have the lowest health possible, so that they get their health subtracted last. It is random chance what is selected to be burned off. It could be a core or it could be a reactor. Obviously, one of those is significantly more relevant. I'm not sure how much is subtracted at once, but it's definitely going to be one of them. I think that... No, Terratron can't try and escape because then Slowking just nails him in the back. Though,
Yeah,
obviously, the railgun is more prone to dying sooner because of how its multiple components are all destructive. Oof. The other thing is that the ammunition can explode, so technically Slowking probably should have been firing his railgun to try and deplete ammo.
there it goes. One of the
Terratron...
games of all time.
Terratron snagging victory from the jaws of defeat. Never give up, gentlemen. Never give up. Okay, Juno and Nick now. That was a little bit rough. It was a little bit
That
rough.
was hard to watch.
Well earned victory at the very least.
I mean, yeah, great play by both players, and then super unfortunate that Slowking lost one ship to mines.
Yeah, mine's definitely something to be reckoned with. I'm not sure players fully considered their viability for this event.
Not until you brought it up.
I assume that everyone would because that's just how competitive goes. I don't know, maybe I'm more competitive than the majority of players here, not considering all the different assets that one could leverage. I don't know, a lot of very old veterans such as myself were cutthroat, for lack of a better word, in how competitive we were. So it's like any advantage is relevant. Alas.
All right, just waiting on Nick.
Nick probably didn't update, did he?
I see him in lobby. You better be either joining or about to log out to update.
Forgot the password. Despite the fact that it's in announcements. Every event is
Oh,
in announcements.
no one checks announcements.
Alright, I'm starting the countdown. I waited sufficiently for them. Casey's now ready. Like typing up like a storm. What's going on?
Alright, ready. I was about to say, forgot to save the hotkeys again.
That would be a little bit rough. Alright. Missile Arbiter from Juno. Very bizarre. Versus... I'm not sure
A
how to...
ship of unknown description.
Phenomenal shape. I'm very impressed. Ah, it's preload EMPs. Okay, it's like a missile... Right?
What happened to your own rule about not calling out the description of the ships because of the fog of war?
Uh... Hey, look how fast they're going towards each other. It'll not matter. I guess.
Yeah, now that they already know what they're facing.
I mean,
But
it's...
it is an interesting ship from Nick.
I love how it looks. Phenomenal. Both in paint and shape. I can't wait to watch these EMPs. Turn off a few thrusters.
I wonder if Nick was anticipating an avoider pick.
To be fair, that is one of Juno's hallmarks. You know, definitely be an
Mind
excellent
games.
choice against that. Unfortunately, Nick has a pretty rough startup because all of those EMPs were useless. So it doesn't have like the behind in the damage race against Juno. Mine's doing some pretty good damage though. You know, flying in a very good pattern to avoid nukes. The slow automatic drift.
I just realized all of Nick's launchers were loaded with EMPs, but all of the storage and factories are HE.
Yeah, that's EMP preload.
I've never seen that. That's very smart.
Preloaded weapons was like pretty much the norm. Is like missile ships used started with nukes or mines because of the huge tactical benefit it posed. Like you can just spawn with mines and put them in the center, and suddenly you have a huge tactical position advantage, and you can just like use them defensively as you shoot missiles from behind them, etc., etc. And against an avoider, it would just completely shut them down. Maybe even like turn off control for the thrusters and control rooms. In which case the nukes, mines, and ensuing key missiles explosive would cause catastrophic damage. So had it been an avoider, it would have been a phenomenal choice.
Yep. Unfortunately, here it just all hit armor. Oh, that was a great volley coming in from behind.
Apparently Juno had some amount of EMP stored based on the explosion of some of their storages. Fire damage. 2 modules were lost. Nick hasn't taken functionally any damage. Lost 2 mine launchers, but who cares? Look at the damage there. Have fire extinguisher.
And Nick was definitely at a disadvantage with the front armor getting worn away, but now the fight with 2 less modules is a lot more even.
The mines and nukes are additionally adding to the stacking damage to Juno. I think that they're going to lose their leftmost module to fire as well.
More missiles coming in from the back, slingshotting around for great shots.
Yeah, that is a benefit to Nick's shape, is it makes the missiles fly in unconventional patterns. This is not a great position though.
What did we learn last round? Nothing. Yeah, that's a rough position, buddy.
And Juno deals significant enough damage for like Nick's nuke reload. Okay, Nick should be manually aiming those nukes, I would say, because you have sufficient time, you're not doing anything else.
All right, third module down.
Ah. Fortunately, Juno making sure that the nukes don't occur again. Trying to drill to the control room. Fire will not deal further damage to Juno, although they seem to be having supply chain issues. So they won't be running out of ammo anytime soon. The slow trickle not doing very much to speed up the process. Interesting. There's no way for Nick to disconnect the back portion of his ship. That's unfortunate. Disconnects the front armor though. I wonder if there's an option to vent storage, one would probably want to do that for your explosives so that they don't chain.
Accidental nuke.
And that didn't make it anywhere near the ship. Let's see. So unless Juno's missiles are extraordinarily precise, and they seem to not be, it seems as though this will also be a raw determination.
Yeah, one of those times where missiles just are not hitting where Juno is wanting, I'm betting.
Juno stopped ramming, so Nick could try and push away. Oh, they're trying to turn. They're probably trying to go back to the center ring. They crippled Nick.
Ah, there it is. Nick's thrusters finally turned back on. He was trying to turn things off because lost control room.
Yeah, the central control room. Still failing to hit Nick in the small window. The missiles overreaching on the way there and on the way back. So Nick is further into the ring slightly, so he's probably taking more raw damage. Slightly.
At this point, I would almost target my missiles to the front reactor just to do more damage so the rod can win faster.
Okay, but you must consider, like, the front doesn't have any control room, right? So even if he loses the reactor, it won't matter. Leverage is being applied. Juno had the same thought process as you. So I kind of feel as though this is advantageous for Nick, since it makes it easier for him to move around. Both players melting at a unprecedented rate. Juno is taking death to their parts, however, Nick does not appear to be there yet. Nick is now there. And
Wow,
bringing
surprise.
death. It is a risky gamble, the ramming and hoping for the best in the Ring of Death, which is roughly only 50-50 at best. We have Plow and Too Much Aaron up next. GG's from both players. If more matches are going to be decided by the Ring of Death.
Ugh, I hope not.
Well, technically a lot of matches are influenced by it. I meant specifically the melting process. The threat of the Ring of Death is typically enough to influence matches.
Oh, that was me that time. My bad.
Okay. Klaus with the pink ship. Love that. Is Aaron's... asteroid dead in the center? That's kind of a problem for players. Aaron sees it a little bit later. There are no sensors on either ship so far as I can tell.
Yeah, I just double checked both as well. Couldn't see any.
Okay, so Plow's TB rails are known for ripping apart ion ships, so let's see how much Aaron panics here.
This is about to be very scary unless those hooks. Those hooks?
Aaron's holding on real good. Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Oh, those TBs need to be retargeted.
Well done, Aaron.
Ooh, wow, well done. That was insane.
That was definitely the most stressful fight thus far. A single mistake on Aaron's part, and they just get flipped and die instantaneously.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. That match was insane.
I really wasn't expecting it to go that way. I'm so used to ions just getting ripped apart by TB rails.
I think the TBs were targeting the hook and it wasn't applying enough torque to actually turn.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think they might have wanted to aim at the base of the hook instead.
Yeah.
Okay, Terratron and Nick next. Terratron is fixing stuff, apparently. 2 minutes of fixing stuff. I'm so happy it's getting to not summertime, you know?
I am not a fan of summer.
Like, you're not a fan of it getting hotter and hotter every year? Only...
I prefer the winter.
Do you know who you're speaking to? And you and me both. I very much prefer winter.
Because sweating just sucks. But if you get cold, you just throw on a jacket.
Exactly, exactly. Can't proportionally keep taking off things to cool down. We can keep wearing more things proportionally. It's very cool. But yeah, not only is winter great, so is autumn. I'm a big fan of Halloween as well, and just like the whole spooky month vibe.
Yep, same.
It's just so good, you know.
I'm one of those 364 days to Halloween people.
Really? Prefer Halloween over Christmas time?
Absolutely. Spooky season is the best season.
Appreciable. An appreciable time. I prefer a little bit of winter. A little bit more winter. But Halloween is a very close second.
I mean, I don't live where it snows or anything, so it's not like I get the cool parts of winter.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I personally like walking like late in the evening where like everything is like tinted blue and is like decently cold. I don't know, it's a weird feeling. It's like where your nose turns red, etc., etc. There's nothing else like
So Nick taking some time to mind games Terratron.
it. Ah, it is time to go. Mm, interesting choices.
Was that ship named that last time? Is that this? I don't know.
That's a different ship.
Okay.
What, you can't tell? Okay. There's PD instead of mines. There's still mines, but there's PD instead of as many mines.
Oh yeah, I see now.
So interesting. Um, Nick doesn't have a sensor and is outranged by Terratron. However, Terratron has to whittle through a lot of armor. And Nick is a good enough pilot, hope, to spread the damage throughout the entire fight such that Terratron never actually does any damage. So I suspect that Terratron is going to try and whittle away doing nothing, and then the rod is going to shrink in, and then the actual fight is going to start.
Now I think Terratron has caught a glimpse of Nick's ship, but Nick hasn't seen Terratron with no sensor.
Yeah. I guess Nick could, for some reason, spin around and get sniped from behind, but that really should not happen, all things considered. Terratron finally getting in range. Probably gonna realize what he's dealing with. I'm pretty sure you can auto-fire your rails to get past the fog of war. Oof, nice snipe.
Oh,
Broke its way through 3 shields. Fires. Gonna be a fire decided match. No, 18. Next
yeah,
jump.
sensors definitely benefit kite or not kites, rails more than any other weapon. I feel.
Yeah, I think missiles it does help as well, but rails are like actively buffed by them in a certain sense. Oh, come on, Nick. Let it end like this. Nick probably trying to intercept so he can actually get a shot off. Not sure what Terratron was aiming at. Trying to get rid of nukes. Not gonna do anything. Mines?
Well,
Mines.
surprise mine.
No, he scratched the paint further. Very impressive paint on Nick's chip, of course. Yeah, Terratron having no forward thrust, essentially no forward thrust whatsoever, struggles to actually maintain proper range, and is wasting a lot of time and chances to fire, like trying going back and forth, playing it safe. And Nick knows this, or I suspect Nick knows this, and is spacing properly so that Terratron has to respect it and overreact every time. another rail down.
Lost another rail. I was just about to say, I think the only angle that Nick is really vulnerable is if it is a straight shot down the rail.
To be fair, all rail fans are vulnerable to that sort of thing. It doesn't happen often because it's pretty difficult. It is a practicable skill. Equalizer, a player, is very fearsome and known for doing it. Okay, well, unless... Why didn't you fire?
It was a fake spin.
6 rails were lined up. Why didn't you fire? Oh, man.
Oh, the PD, it can't even hit. Oh no. It's not looking good.
That's so sad. Nick's rails were pointed at the reactors. No PD in the way, no shields. Ah, alas. Ooh. Ooh, that
It might be a
penetrated.
range issue. I think Terratron has max range and Nick doesn't.
Presumably, Nick can reach that far at least. Like, I don't think that they're that bad range-wise. So, now we get raw damage playing into it, and Nick is right at the edge pushing him out. So, Terratron either needs to get further in or not kite as much. Nick also needs to spend more time like actively wiggling back and forth so that the shots don't line up as clearly as they have been.
Yeah, Nick's longest rails are 5XL. Terratron has all 8. And the sensor to be able to take advantage of full range.
The Terratron has lost a little over an eighth of his total health to the Ring of Death, whereas Nick has not. Fog of War. I guess Nick could have range that extends into the Fog of War, which he can't take advantage of without auto-firing. Though you can auto-fire past your normal range with rails.
Base range is what? 400 for visibility?
I'm not sure. I don't use Fog of War. No one does. Nice shots. Nicely done on Nick's end from taking out another rail. Though honestly, I don't think that the rails are even strictly necessary. Like, losing them still, like, kind of hurts conceptually. Oh, got stuck on a
The
rock.
rock? Not the rock again?
It's only gonna get worse. Nick, probably not realizing this, thinks that Terratron is just doing normal Terratron things. I think he noticed now is capitalizing.
Perfect
And...
angle.
out of glory from Nick. Fortunately, those rails shots were not lined up. Terratron sacrificed thrusters to try and get one shot off. Nick going for nukes. Nice. He's not going to deal with that.
Well done.
Nice. Nick moving on to the finals of the winner's bracket.
GG to Nick.
And Too Much Aaron is up now. He left though.
It'll be, what, too much Aaron versus Nick?
Yeah. Nick's already here, so you don't need to ping him. Aaron probably trying to de-stress. I think this has been the most successful they've been in a tournament. Get knocked out pretty early, so I am aware of how much the nerves start getting, which is honestly a very unique and lovely feeling.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing great. That's what I told them in chat. Just keep playing like you are. You're doing great.
Yeah, they're doing phenomenal. Everyone's been piling very well.
Yeah, especially those asteroids. They have been the MVP of more than one game.
The Ring of Death has killed 2 players directly.
Wonder if we'll see any more chain guns, or people are going to be falling back to their more reliable picks now that it's not the first round.
Yeah, chain guns did not get much testing from players. They weren't like expecting chain guns. And a lot of players are like, chain guns, I'll just wait until they come out. And they didn't help beta test them. So it's a little bit unfortunate that this first tournament currently only has 2 appearances of them. Well, 3. One from Space Cat, though they weren't relevant. Aaron joining and is ready before Nick is. But hopefully we get more than a paltry 3 appearances of guns. Let's go. Finals of the winners bracket. Oh, this is also a best of 3.
Oh, good to know.
Aaron going with their all reliable. As is Nick. I wish I had goose luck.
Aaron, turn. Aaron, turn.
Does Nick have sensors on? Yes, he has 1 sensor. But no, I love this paint. I can't get over it. Great paint.
It is very, very good looking paint.
Nick has had the best ships stylistically thus far. Fortunately, Aaron didn't get too stuck on the rock. That would have been embarrassing. So let's see. Nick is probably going to be trying to kite against Aaron, but Aaron's very fast. The EMPs might hit the control rooms. Yeah, I suspect that's what's going to be attempted to happen, is the EMPs are going to be targeted at the control rooms. Or not targeted at all. Let's see if those arc back around and cause control issues. Scary.
Revenge of the EMPs.
And that is no control. And that is mines. Ouch.
Oh, no.
Aaron forfeits. Not technically.
Wow, what an insane match.
So, for those who don't know, mines actually can go through shields by default if they are not armed. So, I'm going to record a GIF or whatever to see what exactly happened. Because I was not paying enough attention. I did not expect it to happen with how Nick's ship was diagonal.
Yeah, I saw all of the thrust get turned off and lost control, and then the
Yeah.
front reactor just exploded.
So
I think it was a mine.
the everything exploded. I can't even see the mines, like the ions obscure them so well. I'm going to start the match, but I'm going to post the GIF too. So that everyone can see them. Or try to see them. They probably won't. Interesting. Both players pick different ships. I'm told that Immortal is the one painting Nick's ships, who is a well-known painter. That is a full and fine kite, which game night I'm pretty sure, made very effective use of, and I'm kind of surprised where I only see one ship inspired by it. And with the Atromatos, Too Much Aaron is fully investing in speed and aiming, discarding all of their armor that they previously were using. So mines are going to be even more important this time around.
And that was the mines.
Mine's good.
Oof,
Mine's pretty good.
that is painful.
It is how it goes, you know. I appreciate that mines have actually been good, however. So we are on to the losers bracket. We have Vathan versus Space Cat.
So is Aaron knocked down to the losers bracket and is going to have another chance, possibly?
Yes.
Well, that's something to look forward to then. Oh, we gotta move these.
Did you? Boy, yes. Let's see. Space Cat. Well-known player. Player known for not adapting with the times. And, it's very interesting. Like, they've always had a distinct style. I'm waiting for Anthrax. He said he's AFK. Anthrax, or Space Cat, is known for a very distinctive, unique style. And barely, if ever, adjusting to the differences in change. Their ships are always unique and stylish, but not typically as competitive to nearly the same degree. They're one of a few players who do not use any crew pathing, or at least that was the impression I was under, despite being a veteran that predates myself. And you know, crew pathing is pretty important. It's not quite as important as piloting and building, but it is right up there, and you kind of need to address it. Alright, Anthrax is back. Do you have any comments about Space Cat? You know them?
Uh,
You know them at all?
I know they often bring the same ship or the same shaped ship archetype.
Phenomenal paint on Vathan ships. I think that they're a aesthetic player first and foremost. However, those are some great aesthetics. Space Cat also known for their unique style that all of their ships are painted in. I really appreciate that all of their ships are well painted. Appreciate that they also use a wide variety of weapons at all times. The other thing is that this ship suffers logistically, especially with the boost thrusters, because of how far away everything is and how one reactor is not enough to power all of that. So Space Cat with the Siberia Snow has experience. I think Vathan has the ship advantage. assuming that he can position properly. However, those ships are very slow even for campaign standards. Much
Yeah, the
less,
smaller ships are definitely not fast enough to get in a good position to flank, and Space Cat is, I think, experienced enough to not let a ship that slow get behind them.
I mean, however, the other thing is that Space Cat also doesn't budget their power. They have boosted into combat and then became or went dead in the water because they didn't have any thrust left. And if you look at their ship, they have close to no energy in the storages. And as soon as they boost, they're gonna run out of all forward momentum once it's done. Fortunately, Vathan not really trying to aim for specific shots, which is going
Ooh,
to
those
be
nukes missed.
mines. Impressive. Gonna do much in the face of the flak and the large shields. However, it's not a terrible position all considered.
Yeah,
But
those small ships are actually getting. Oh, that's gonna be a terrible shot if that hits.
fortunately, Space Cat also body blocked their own nukes there. Let's see, there's no armor directly behind, so if the damaged Graw can get that shot. Okay, I guess there's 2 layers of armor, never mind. But as you can see, very little thrust energy for Space Cat to work with. Let's see, let's keep tabs on this. Reloaded. Can Vathan target properly? Question you. They didn't have their rails set to fire at target, they had them at fire at will, which is a mistake, I would say. I don't think the other one is in... If it was in range, this would be a great position. Nukes. Make that ship useless, so Space Cat should be, yeah, readjusting. It's not a threat anymore. Let's see, it's dead too. Space Cat actually took damage to their reactor. It's at half health. Very unfortunate. If Vathan had gotten a proper shot, it would have been destroyed and the battle would have been won.
There were a couple really good shots that hit Space Cat in really vulnerable places,
Yeah,
uh,
it's
including an engine room, but ultimately it looks like it didn't matter.
yeah, it's unfortunate. Very well fought though. GG to both players, both pretty ships.
Next up is going to be what, Air and Kiki?
Yes, Aaron Kiki. I will ping air person. Do- Hmm. Okay. Nick says that Immortal painted only Lunar Abyss. Fossil and Dolahan are Nick's.
I was going to say Lunar Abyss said V2, and I remember V1 was made by Immortal.
Yeah, okay. I think that Lunar Abyss was a collaboration.
It was probably built and inspired by, and then painted by Immortal.
All the same difference. They're very similar ships, all based off or similar to one another, etc., etc. Okay, according to Air, they have to take breaks in between matches, otherwise their computer will overheat.
Oh no.
Which is certainly one of the things ever. Air versus Kiki. He's a new player. Air is a very experienced one. I unfortunately do not have the highest hopes for Kiki. Interesting. This is our 4th chain gun ship.
And this is a very different type of chain gun ship from the previous ones.
Yes, not only is there only 2, they also have very few mags, and it's the fixed angle feature. So it's Air's. I'm pretty sure Air's gimmick is that they like using very low firepower ships and use tractor beams to just get into the right position. Like such. Wow, okay.
9 TBs will do that, I guess.
That's 10.
Oh, there is 4 in the middle module. Wow.
Kiki doing a very good job of preventing this from being too drastic. The nukes might be a significant issue. Air not deciding to stop the firing, has to let them, or lets them completely wind down. Did roughly no damage with them. I think even if they were behind Kiki perfectly, they would not have dealt a ton of damage. I really love these nuke module problem things. Okay, if Kiki gets pinned against the rock and then rams, that's a huge problem. We're doing a very good job of staying in the right position. Chain guns are almost reloaded. One of them isn't.
Not a lot of firepower when there's only 2 chain guns.
Yeah, with low mag counts too. The thing that gets me is like, why doesn't Air have hooks like at all? Like, even though they've been flipping Kiki about really effectively, it doesn't matter if you can never deal damage. I expect that they're just gonna have to sumo their way out of this one, even though they have weapons. Unlike ions, Air also can't, like, manually target their chain guns after the fact, because they're at such a weird, precise angle.
Yeah, I noticed they're at a very limited angle, and they intersect at a kind of weird place in front of the ship.
I was, like, directly in front of it. Like, it needs to be ramming, otherwise it won't be firing, effectively. It's kind of amusing. It can't break these shields.
Okay, is this a ram?
See,
Guns are going off.
see, now that, like, Air's armor is out of the way, they functionally have hooks and are now effective again. Oh, going for the control rooms. No control for Kiki. That's why they were... Or, that's why they're turning parts off. Not doing it fast enough, though. They don't have any thrusters available to you. Probably would
That's
have...
good control of TB to get that spin, though.
Yeah. Probably would have wanted to turn their weapons off, too, because they weren't dealing any damage anyhow.
Oh, the armor is blocking it. Yikes, that bit of armor blocked the chain gun.
Kiki has control again, but turned their thrusters off instead of their weapons, so they can't even do anything. The nukes might? Not those ones. These ones. Ones down. Oh. Oh.
Oh, that was so close.
See if Air is gonna get there. Air decides to abandon the ram for some reason. Ammo. They full ammo, they just have atrocious logistics, I guess. One of the crew is some of the crew are just sticking around, not doing anything to help. So the chain gun isn't being reloaded. Because Kiki's not out of it yet, of course.
No, some of those disruptors and lasers are getting through those shields. Attempted a ram again.
Fortunately, there's not a direct angle control room. Their turn and
No, the gun was being blocked by armor again from that very limited angle.
it gives up the ram to avoid being killed by nukes. Is in a position where the second set of nukes are probably going to be firing. Yep, there they are. Notice they're reacting. Air is not reacting. Air manages to dodge. Very barely. Not this one, though. This
Oh,
one's gonna
oh.
hurt. Excellently done. Kiki did actually do damage. I really love these modules and concept. Almost out of ammo, though. You know, I'm really surprised Air didn't, like, just push them away, like, at all. Like, it takes, like, 1 second. Your opponent can't break through your shields anyway. Just, like, apply a shove to them, and, like, they're gone forever. It's like, it's the only way they lose this match currently.
Could be a logistics thing with Air turning off the TBs and using them very sparingly because it's drawing from the same power as the shields.
I suppose so.
That's the only thing I can think of. Also, the chain guns are just not firing at those limited firing angles.
Yeah, the ship really needs, like, proper hooks for its game plan, which it doesn't have.
Kiki is not out of this fight, though.
You could probably turn off, like, half or 2/3 of their shields and still be fine. They're just gonna do. Okay, finally. Probably gonna make it easier to deal with. I could have just maintained that position and then fired to the next one, but I suppose fire might take it out. Yep, there's no fire extinguishers for that reactor. No fire extinguishers. A few fire extinguishers, yep, but the reactor is gonna load. Didn't take out the control room at the very least. Now, Kiki could probably turn on the thrusters if they wanted to.
Oh my.
Air's damage has been halved. Air could easily win from a sumo, but is still trying and mostly failing to get the chain gun lined up.
I mean, when you build a ship to use chain guns for the chain gun patch, you may as well use it to kill your enemy. I guess.
I really appreciate that the nukes consistently were a problem. It really makes me wonder if there's more application to the concept.
There's another nuke module out there.
A little bit far away from the thing to Air is suffering from fires. The ammo is probably going to blow up their control room or remove control. Let's Kiki chip in half to try and more easily control the other one. Pushes it far away, which is ultimately what the plan. Kiki forfeits? Kiki.
That was a rough match, but a great first tournament for Kiki.
Yeah, Kiki did great. It's 15th gamer and Antithesis now, by the way. You Oh, where are they? Oh, there they are. Time to go. Both new players? Antithesis is the one with very good piloting. Oof. I mean, if Antithesis forgets all of their piloting, they could end up dead. But normally this is a case where the left ship counters the right one.
That's true, but things could happen.
Of course, yes, things could happen. Antithesis is also known for playing very defensively. Like, I assume that they were playing defensively. So maybe the rod closes in before they can finish it out. Let's see. Though I'm pretty sure Antithesis ship is fast enough that it can just be given a RTS command to attack from out of range and it would just finish the rest of the fight by itself.
I don't know. It's got missiles, two whole AG launchers.
Took off the structure. Will it do without its structure?
This has got to be so stressful, even though it's only 2 launchers. Any one of those missiles could come at a bad angle and just ruin things.
Yeah, the missiles are a little bit spooky. I will admit that much.
Antithesis playing safe as usual, keeping distance.
I think this is the safest I've ever seen anyone play. Aggressive in a certain degree. Typically, the players are very, very aggressive with their choices. Nice missile dodge if that. Definitely know how to use that avoider though, which is very impressive. I've seen a lot of new players just like kind of fumble with them. It is unfortunate, but this is proper piloting here.
15th, not going for a ram or anything though.
Well, it's like the issue is like if you try and move towards them, they just strafe and then you rotate to track them and then you've lost all your speed. And if you try and maintain it, they just end up behind you because, well, at least that's the competitive reasoning. I don't know if 15th subscribes to that or is just preferring to stay in place.
It looks like they're using manual fire for their deck cannons.
To be fair, being able to manually time it is sometimes useful. Arcing around things to hit the thrusters. I've used it for my deck cannon traps. Is forcing a rotate. This is typically a good tactic because as your opponent rotates, you can just switch directions and you get closer and closer to being behind them because they keep over rotating every time. But Antithesis doesn't punish or anything. Beats. So I guess that's not what they were doing. Nice dodge. Or, oh, another thing. The consistent fire, combined fire. Combined fire is typically inferior because it's less consistent for non-heavily shielded ships. You want that consistent fire when you're fighting shielded ships so that there's higher burst and you can pierce them. But in cases like this, it's typically more consistent to have the other one, especially since it lets them rotate to track their target and fire constantly.
So switching over to alternating fire instead of synchronized.
Yes, alternating fire is basically the default, or I would say it should be the default, and you should switch to synchronized as necessary when fighting mirror matches. Or if you're fighting something that's really, really shield heavy. Because of course, like shields stay up as long as they have energy, and when you trickle your damage, they can trickle in energy to feed it. As opposed to, you know, how burst works.
Either way, Antithesis slowly and methodically working their way through.
Not even gonna be done when they kill the reactor, they still have to get the control rooms. So at this point, I would split him, I'd split 15th in half. Because that way, both parts can't move as effectively and can push from one another. Control rooms are more available. Noticeably lost at least 2% of their health. Or at least 1%. Antithesis, that is. So they have taken damage, technically.
I think entirely from HE missiles. I don't think a single DC shot has hit them.
Yeah, like they struggle to hit the large shields, much less break them, and then the small shields behind them. Dead in the water. Showroom. And that's it for the 15th. Are out.
GG Antithesis. That's another win. Slow and methodical.
Say that again. Alright, it is Antithesis versus Sparky.
Oh, you beat me to the ping this time.
Yep, I only had to update one name, so it was easier. Oh. And whoever wins this will fight Luno. In 1/2 hours. Pretty fast. That's pretty good pace. Feels like it's been longer. Two new players duking it out. Always nice. Whenever they show up. Apparently they're updating. They didn't see the thing that they needed to update.
Oh no.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I guess I can't claim it. It's just for my sake. It's for everyone's sake, you know?
The funny thing was, it was actually only like 5K. It was a tiny patch.
I assume it was strictly necessary, you know? It was absolutely mandatory today and at this time, I'm sure. No? Get it?
Yep. Oh, you'll never believe who just showed up.
Obama?
It's a little late.
Bitty 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 bit.
All right, what do we got?
Ooh,
Ooh, interesting.
the very fast Luthador. Love the name. And the purple. Good purple. Versus Antithesis is one ship. Are they using... They might be using airlocks to transfer their crew, which is why they always start so slow. Let's see.
I think you're right.
I think in this case, there could be an argument for having not alternate synchronized fire because there's 4 large shields, but I would still prefer alternate fire here. Not sure what that turn was about, but alright. And the issue here is that even if Sparky gets a ram, it won't be capable of breaking through the shields with their 12 ions. But they're 14
Unless the
ions.
shield logistics.
Unless he has bad shield logistics, I guess so. I guess it's worth noting that Antithesis' front is more fragile than usual due to a lack of armor in favor of more weapons. I think it should be fine though. Ooh, Antithesis used rocks as well. Very impressive. Very impressive.
It
Or I guess not. You're running away
only
from rocks.
18 heavy lasers?
18. Very interesting take on the avoider though. Similar to standard, but still distinct.
Well, either way, they've been piloting very well up
Yeah.
until now with it.
And this is one of the ships where that matters most. So it's making up for any flaws that the ship might have for sure. Shields are pierced. Probably want to tilt away from that. Sparky doing an excellent job maintaining fire. Both of those shields got damaged. They came back up. Oh, are you gonna rock them? Oh, Sparky does an excellent job staying away from that.
Antithesis was getting greedy, but they had almost gotten through all three of those large shields as well on
Yeah.
Sparky. Because they have disruptors.
They have so many disruptors. Like, Sparky is out of armor on their left side, so they are probably gonna be having to take breaks often. Unfortunately, their blitz did not work. They suffered the loss of armor for their efforts. I'm not sure what they're supposed to really do here because they can't track Antithesis as they fire on them. They could probably try and run out the clock, run in this cluster of asteroids in the top right of the map here.
That's a strategy.
Well, I mean, when the alternative is like instant loss, though. Like that reactor is just gonna get detonated.
Yeah, with the walkways down, those thrusters are going to lose power very soon, too.
Ah, yes. Just expect that as well.
Well, that's not a good angle. There you go.
Sparky was doing a very good pattern where they were forcing the targeting to go on their right side, but unfortunately that was stopped, not maintained.
It's not enough armor.
The issue is this, like even if you have armor, it's slow you down too. They need damage, I would say.
True. Maybe against some other archetype, but Avoider is just a rough matchup for that.
Alright, it is Miguel versus Chillin' Chicken. I have to wonder, like, who just shows up 2 hours late? Is like, I'm here. No, 3 hours late.
Is the tourney still going on? Can I still play?
It's like, buddy, you signed up for the event. Why were you not here? Why didn't you say anything? Like, you strutting in, I'm here. I'm here to participate. Like, no, you're not. You waved that right a while ago. So I'm going to make fun of them mercilessly whenever they come up, as per what they deserve. Miguel probably didn't update.
That's what I'm guessing.
Whenever Miguel gets here. Okay, I'm starting a timer. It's 10:30. At 10:32, they're disqualified.
They're in the lobby, so hopefully they've already updated and just need to join. Maybe they forgot password.
They're kind of shocking. Only 4 chain guns. Mm-hmm.
They were literally sitting in lobby chat that whole time. They could have restarted. At least they were online. For those watching, apologies for the delay. Again, there was an update in the middle of the tournament, so some people had to leave and update in the middle. And some people missed that memo.
Somehow. Well, it should be the last person. Everybody else has played.
Interesting choices once again.
EMPs aren't going to be of great use, though. There's a rock there.
Rock.
That might cause a serious issue. Yeah. Chillin' slows down for the other one. A standard ion ship, a little bit slow. No engine room? No engine rooms. I was wondering why it looks so strange. Relatively.
And it's 16-5. Oh,
Well,
good game.
that was fast.
So when you get flanked, that happens.
That is just
Bad
how rail
times.
traps go. Blaze and Space Cat.
Oh, that was rough.
At least the rock made it not the quickest match. Nice. Space Cat has always been punctual at the very least.
That's important. Underrated, I think.
It's hugely underrated. I don't understand what the delay is. Like, you know what the bracket is. You can watch the stream. You know what's going on. Like, as soon as the game opens, you should be capable of intuiting that it's your time to join. Personally, I think that. I was never late for my events when I joined. Or my matches. Back in my day, people cared about the time.
Back in my day, when I signed up to play an attorney, I actually showed up on time.
It's so bizarre. I was like, why do you sign up if you're not at all invested?
So this should be an interesting match. Blaze and Space Cat, both decent players.
Blaze is very cool. I think he's underrated as far as players go.
I'm looking forward to see what kind of ships they both pull out. I guess mostly Blaze. Blaze tends to have a bigger roster.
Are you saying that Blaze has a bigger roster? Because that you clearly don't know Space Cat.
Well, more variety, I guess.
Okay,
All of Space Cat's ships seem very similar.
they make a ton of walls and ions though. Like the missile ships are all very similar with like the flak and boost thrusters. But past that, massive roster, one of the largest I'm.
Perhaps it's just my lack of experience.
or lack of being around Space Cat. I've been around him for a long time. He makes a ton of See, those are different. Very cool as well. I love the.
Are they, or are they just smaller versions of the normal ship?
Hey man, I think they're cool. They look cool.
They're definitely cool. Blaze going with that ship.
I love the flex that is using lights on your ship. I need to do that. I'm not cool until I have lights on my.
Yeah, I can waste budget on lights. No big deal. Who needs armor?
Interestingly, both of the manas have sensors, and Blaze does not. Space Cat doesn't have reverse thrust to speak of, so it's gonna be rough kiting. But presumably, if one pilots very carefully, one should never enter range.
So Blaze's ship doesn't have enough accelerators on any of the rails to be missing range without a sensor, at least.
Fortunately, not at all flipped. That did no damage, basically. That one did. You have nukes? Missed those.
And nukes and EMPs.
Yeah, Space Cat likes using a wide variety of weapons. Very cool. One down. Got that nuke. Lost a rail.
So Blaze has some nukes as well. Not gonna need them.
That one's still. No, they're both still alive, technically. Oh!
Oh, they both have cockpits. Oh no.
Blaze probably assumed that they were dead because normally when you kill them, they're dead.
Yeah, this is a really bad spot for Blaze now.
Blaze can't move, really. No control either. Turned off all the rails, turned off all the tractor beams. He has a single small control room. Missiles are just
Wow.
pummeling his side. He should be turning off all but the turning thrust he needs. And that is
So the
91
redundant
HP.
cockpits win it?
Nice.
Wow.
Wasn't expecting that. Very impressively done.
I agree.
People are complaining about the password. How hard is it to spell cerulean? It's two four-letter blocks, and they're easy ones to remember at that. Looking and error, and up next. You guys just don't have an appreciation for cool words. Drax, why'd you leave?
Lost connection with the host.
No, don't do that. Did Air not
I blame
update?
the host.
You blame the host, you blame me. I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't trust that. If you just assume the other person's gonna be honest to their word, they can bring whatever they want.
Yeah. That sounds like a trap.
I have to let this properly play out because mind games are afoot here. Low King makes the obviously correct decision of not trusting. See, this is what I want. I wanted, like, proper mind games. As per the point. I thought people would be complaining more about, like, hard counters. But there doesn't seem to be the case as much here.
Blind pick screws over everyone equally.
Exactly. Well, Air certainly chose one of the ships.
Wow.
I don't have words. I don't have words.
Holy.
It's
It's a trap.
it's such choice, you know. I've never seen such a choice. There's no disruptors though. There should have been disruptors on the ends, I would say.
46? No. That's only one side?
We are working with
92.
92 right here. Low King realizing what the hell is that?
That is more lasers than I've ever seen on any one ship before.
I really wonder what Air's thought process was because yeah, that's how it went.
That's rough, buddy.
I'm kind of surprised one didn't go for the chain gun ship if you were doing this sort of thing. Oh, no more thrust too. Time being. Low King can also kill this with point defense even if he misses all of his nukes. So he's not liable to do that. Well, I say that.
What?
I have to admit
Somebody please clip that.
it's impressive to miss a non-moving target with 8 different projectiles.
Oh, Slow King.
Just what Air was doing to everyone else too. Alright, I saved the GIF myself. Well, okay. Low King really being truly a sportsman. Apparently one of the matches, I guess I would call an intermission here.
Yeah, no forfeits allowed in tourney. That's how I play too.
I agree. Forfeiting in a tournament It's not embracing the spirit of sweat, which is what you should be doing for a tournament.
But I play tourneys with the mentality of playing to win.
That's
Play the rest of the time for fun, but tournaments, play to win.
yeah, that's the you should absolutely only be playing to win it.
Oh, the nukes? No, not a chance.
Ah, yes, the health effect, where if you run out of sufficient health, you just lose instantly. Rarely comes up. Lunastro and Antithesis up next. People are further making fun of my password choices. I don't have the heart in me to admit that my normal password has 20 characters, including capitals, numbers, and an exclamation point. I feel like I would just... It just... I like typing it out. What's wrong with having a long password? At least I'm not subjecting you guys to it. Don't you like long passwords, Anthrax?
They're more secure, but for lobbies like this, people are having trouble remembering Fancy Blue.
It's just... Who has not heard of Cerulean? People remembered Azure just fine.
I bet if you named it Fancy Blue, people would have an easier time.
I don't appreciate this slander. So interestingly, this ship, people seem to be under the impression that these ships are counters to avoiders, which is not really the case. They are better than normal ions, but they are not consistent options by any stretch of the imagination. If you have really good nuke aiming, and you have really good ability to pressure, and your opponent makes mistakes, yes, it can work. However, it depends on all three of these things happening consistently, which is not regular, which is not likely. So, best of luck to Lunastro. I feel like they're countered, but you know.
Well, for a blind pick, this is one of Lunastro's most reliable ships that I've seen them use
Okay, that is fair.
with a lot of success.
That is fair. It is very consistent and safe. However, Antithesis only seems to have one ship.
That is true, but not everyone's figured
Oh,
that out.
those nukes did crack the shields pretty well, and this ship does not have proper shield protection. It is relatively fragile compared to everything else. The design isn't as strong, and as such, Lunastro is exploiting that. Reactor damage already with both shields down.
Much more focused beams than the last Ion we saw as well.
Yes, this one is definitely tuned to combat avoiders, whereas the others have not been. Lunastro can also auto-fire the nukes, so that maintaining this spiral is not advantageous for Antithesis. Or the other ones now. Yeah, chopped up. Wow.
I don't think they were very worried.
Lunastro proving me wrong, at least against Antithesis, who probably panicked when they lost both of their large shields so quickly. Okay, I know you said don't forfeit, but under this case, I think it'd be pretty reasonable to forfeit.
There's always a chance. Wait, nukes. I know, that one still got a laser. There's still a chance.
I admire your optimism, because you'd have nothing else in this situation.
Lunastro playing too well, not letting those out of those hooks. Never mind, hooks are gone.
Well, it's like you can't actually kill them because like there's no funnel leading to it being pushed into the ions. Let's see. No weapons in a dream. Technically winnable, says Anthrax.
No, it was back when it still had like 2 lasers. GG to Lunastra though. Another solid performance with that ship.
We hope to see you again, Antithesis. Excellent piloting.
Was that their first tournament?
I'm pretty
I can't.
sure.
They did amazing. For only having one ship, they played very safe, very well in
Yeah.
the matches that they had.
Let's see, where's Chillin' Chicken? Gambling. Right.
Even if it were in the losers bracket and they had faced each other before, they would still play each other again.
Yes. Why, why is Juno's ship spaced out like that? Spacing between thrusters? It's the rail kites, the the rail traps from Chillin' Chicken as always. The actual chain gun ship from Juno, the 5th one in this event.
I know, finally another chain gun.
It's so exciting. No side armor to speak of, so it's very, very strenuous to play this safely. No hooks either. Doing a good job of keeping the ships in between one another, but now you're... Okay, well, it shot too early, so has free reign for the time being. It's out of the way. And... Not quite, but the other one... Okay, this is terrible position.
Yeah, this is rough.
Spins around.
Oh, risky.
Oh, didn't have the other one ready. No, over rotates. No, Juno, excellent piloting. Manages to prevent being fired upon from the other one. And now
God, that was terrifying.
this is looking a lot more ideal. The two ships are in between each other's. Juno is not in between them.
Much better angle, yep.
Spin around. Oh, it's not committing. It's still facing the wrong way. Might have had a shot there. Spinning. Juno's noticing. This directly in the line of sight? No. Ship is dead. Fortunate. I think that goes Chillin' Chicken's chances. It's interesting how theoretically effective these ships are, but because people can't consistently make them work even when given the shots, they don't function as well as they could be. Like, this event may be giving some viewers a false pretense that these are not good ships when they are in fact phenomenal choices no matter what you're facing against. Because everyone makes mistakes, and if you make a mistake and you just let a rail ship get behind you, you can end the game instantly.
But Juno's had plenty of practice.
Yeah, Juno
and
knows
knew
what's going
what was
on.
going on.
And these chain guns are basically full on ammo, so Juno is not going to be running out of ammo anytime soon. Chain guns are surprisingly ammo efficient despite what they are. And how they look. Even if they take a while to reload.
That is my biggest complaint, that the more ammo they have, the longer it takes to reload.
It's definitely an interesting balance. I really like them. They're very cool. I think in situations like this, it'd be better to focus them, like, in a specific point, so that they're actually piercing through a target. Because if you just target them like this, then they're bound to attack a lot more armor than necessary. Obviously, it doesn't matter here, but it's something that I would keep in mind. Nicely played, players.
Well done, Juno. That was insane to be able to beat 2 rail traps, but
Yeah, phenomenal
experience wins
piloting
there,
there.
I think.
Phenomenal piloting from Space Cat and Air. Why is Space Cat saying what? It's like, dude. Hmm. Slow King beat Air. Okay, okay. I was wrong. It's Slow King versus Space Cat. Do the Space Cat versus Slow King.
Wonder if Slow King will be bringing the asymmetrical spinner again.
Oh, is it that asymmetrical? I don't think it's asymmetrical enough to warrant such a title.
It's 6 whole tiles.
Yeah, 6 tiles. Oh no. It's like calling Eidolon asymmetric.
I mean, technically,
Technically, Caroline, you typed it in already. How did you forget?
fancy blue.
Let's look at Sarah Lean in the search bar. 19 results. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's only been 8 mentions outside of today. Okay, I guess cerulean is not as common a word as I thought it was.
Wait, how many of those previous mentions were by you in one of your name lists?
6 of them were today, of me reminding people. and there was the 7th, which was the initial post. Mm. I wonder what Walt would think of official betting on who wins. Think he'd go for it?
I'm gonna go with no.
Disc tip. Such a good idea.
But I am excited to see this match.
To the races. Ooh. Okay, you're forgetting something. Ah. So these ships, for some reason, use EVA crew to pilot the chain guns, and I really don't get why. It's presumably more efficient reason, because like the quarters versus the cost of bunks. Kind of dumb. So essentially, at the start of every match, you wait for the crew to fly in to
Oh, they're all
operate them.
flying from so far away too because he moved already.
Yeah, is indeed the issue. Space Cat doesn't know this. Like Space Cat almost certainly doesn't know this. But if they get close enough, it might be a problem. And Slowking can't really retrieve them after the fact. They're all inside now, however, so it's chain gun time. 6th ship, the 3rd of this kind, of this alpha strike. This is gonna be the 2nd time Space Cat has faced it.
And this is 20 chain guns. This is a lot of damage.
How many? With 10 magazines each, so 200 magazines. Not a great angle.
Also lost half them to 2 DC shots.
I think there was nukes as well. I don't think Slucking's gonna get it.
Possibly. No, that's all the chain guns.
That's Slowking, GG's.
Yikes.
Turns out, if you don't get the proper angle and you'll lose half of them, your strategy gets a lot worse. Why did he use the boost? I don't know.
Yeah. All the boosts got used.
Klaus ended up behind the opponent. I guess Space Cat really learned their lesson against the first one. Looking, just sitting there and taking it. Space Cat moving on. I would say that this is decently an upset.
Yeah, that. I mean, wow, well played though. I wouldn't say an upset, I guess. I just didn't expect Slowking to die that quick. I expected the chain guns to do more before he died, at least.
Yeah.
Is I guess what I'm thinking.
Well, I mean, they did shear through like a good 3rd or 5th of the ship.
The mix of EMPs and nukes and deck cannons and HE missiles.
Interesting how this random meta strategy is countered by Slowking or Space Cat's standard thing. There's a lot of interesting philosophy that goes into what ship you should pick. Juno selects, knowing Juno and what they've selected is very fast ultralight ships. So it's like you have to consider who's bringing them, what they think you're bringing. There's actually a lot that goes into this. For my position, I'd want to bring, you know, Eidolon being my favorite ship, being whatever. But the thing is, Juno knows this. And this completely scrambles everything because, like, my best ship counters most of their ships, but they know that I'm going to bring my best ship that counters most of their ships, so I shouldn't bring my best ship because they'll counter it. Or maybe they'll assume that I'll try and counter it. So they don't
You're
bring it.
getting mind gamed, and you're not even playing.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, that's just the ridiculous extent of this if you're trying to optimize your opponent. I don't think most players think about it as much as I just did, but it's definitely a challenge.
All right, let's see how this goes.
My money's on this show. I think I've seen these ships in event 3 times. I've seen them die 3 times. And
I don't think that's the right ship for that to go into on Juno's behalf.
you know, missile arbiters may not be as common, still just as strong.
And it has so much armor on the front and all those small shields.
It's relatively fast compared to what alternatives are as well.
And again, 12 deck cannons. That's not insignificant.
Well, the
Or
thing,
sorry, 9. What am I thinking?
9, yeah, but it's like, missiles are just gonna get around. And it's like, these ships very much suffer from compounding losses. Okay, this isn't a great position, because if Luno gets stuck against the rock, then problems start arising. As you can see, one of these ships is already, like, very crippled.
Splitting for a flank, though.
Luno knows what's up. They're gonna rush out of here. Targeting the right ship with their missiles as well, because that was gonna be the most dangerous. Okay, turning towards it. I don't know about that one. But if they fully get to the turn and Juno doesn't fire quickly enough, then it's not a problem. So as we can see, one of the ships has already been crippled and is largely out of the fight because it can't move anymore. That one's almost dead.
Ooh, that's almost the reactor on that one.
138 HP? Roughly 10%? No, definitely. Okay, well, it's dead. It doesn't matter.
Oh, are the other fragments coming back?
Alright, it's one shot off to bounce off of the side armor. Are we gonna get a single module? Nice. Oh, it didn't even explode the full thing, though.
Here's fire.
I think they'll address it.
Yeah, I think that was just blind pick. That was rough.
Yep.
Well played by both players up to this point, though.
I'm not gonna consider that a disconnect. That was a win. Terratron versus Lunastro. We're in the semifinals of the losers bracket. Excellent join time. Very impressive.
Both players hoping that their loadout works. Always good to see.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep. You're looking at the same thing I am, it looks like. Crew getting over in airlocks.
This has 2 less chain guns, but has 4 more mags per. It's the full crew eject package where you get rid of the bunks too, or quarters too.
Oh, and alpha shields with no backup energy.
I mean, that is the point of the ship. You may as well, right? So I'm not sure about the concentrated bridge. I think one would have wanted 2 split bridges next to the reactors.
Certainly not right in the middle like that.
Certainly just makes it the 3rd catastrophic target. The Luno wants to escape as much as possible right now. Oh, why are the chain guns not firing? You want those to fire, buddy. Please fire your chain gun. Please. Okay, cool. It just hurts to watch if somebody just has like all these cool chain guns and then they just never fire. I wonder if I think that would have gone a lot differently if they'd been firing sooner.
It still might go. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
Luna's show knows what's up. They calculated that. Oh!
Coming back around though. No
Terratron
way.
was bluffing! He was bluffing! A brilliant play!
Chain guns weren't out of ammo.
Terra
Wow.
Terratron, master of mind games.
Yeah, that was just. All right. What an intense game. All right, chat. Who saw that coming?
Wow. I'm pretty sure that he turned them off or such somehow. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like, maybe he set them to hold fire, so they didn't fire under any circumstances.
I know there was some trick where you hold fire and then have them target something so that all of the turrets rotate to be aiming at something so you don't waste shots, but I don't think that's what was going on there.
I don't know, I feel like that was some form of intentional on his part. Because, like, it was far too effective for that to just be random chance.
So that was with half of the chain guns on
Yeah,
that ship,
that
though.
was with half.
Space Cat really making sure they pick the right ship this match.
Yeah, the same one.
Oh, man. I almost guessed wrong.
Okay, I think gimmicky chain gun ships that people don't know how to use for the first time, understandable if they lose. Rail, rail traps? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so Space Cat has a sensor, sees what's up.
I still, I don't know, I still think that this is going to be exceedingly rough. Though I'm really not sure why Plow sent the other one to the end of the earth. Where is it going?
I think that was just preventative to avoid getting chased, but Space Cat didn't end up chasing. But now coming in from the flank.
Wow, that's long range. Those might, yeah, those are full length, aren't they? That is
Yes, they
rough.
are.
Space Cat making excellent use of the asteroids to try and prolong this as long as possible. I don't see how this could go well, though. Second shot could be lined up here. Not as well lined up as the other one, though.
That
Plus,
was a little bit too late.
the other one... Class is playing this very carefully and defensively, so...
I feel like Space Cat needs to just move and reposition. Oh, no, I see what they're doing. Okay, they're backing up to the rock to try to protect their backside. That makes sense.
That is a good move, however, they have to leave to get to the center sometime. Plaus didn't shoot there for some reason, and is taking damage. Space Cat demonstrating excellent tactics here.
Turning way too much, though. Oh, that didn't shoot? Didn't shoot again? Klaus, what are you doing?
There's been a lot of rails not firing this tournament. Oh, the other one lost both of its control rooms!
Oh, no way. I didn't even see that one.
Oh, it's one control room in the sensor. Plaus is down to one ship. This is suddenly a lot closer than I thought it was.
I saw that one ship swaying back and forth when it was lined up to have a perfect shot. I wonder if there was some kind of misfire issue.
Yeah, like that pattern is that's pretty consistent when you're trying to get a shot to actually fire and it won't go. If Plaus was aiming at like 1x1 blocks for some reason, that could be the issue, whereas like the line of the rail never actually lines up with the target. But most people click on reactors, right?
Yeah, big targets.
This is not a great position. Okay. Rotates
Ooh.
fast enough. The Plaus will have more ammo, so if Space Cat continues to not kill Plaus, he will probably just win from attrition. Because, like, these missiles are the only thing keeping him at bay right now. I guess maybe the flak, too.
Little by little, they are hitting, though.
Oh, okay. Salif says that the reason the rails aren't working is because every time you leave Fog of War, the target resets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And most people aren't used to retargeting constantly, right? Thank you for the advice or info, Salif. I would have thought that the sensors would have helped prevent that, but no, no dice.
Yeah, same.
Black is starting to take its toll.
Ooh.
Got another engine room. It is crippling Space Cat ever so slowly.
In range of that flak.
Random missile came in from the side, cut off the logistics.
Oh, spin and shoot. The perfect shot.
Oh, it even scratched the reactor a little bit. Oh no. Klaus is gonna run out of control room energy soon. And doesn't have doors to get it from the other side either. So Plow is even more on a time limit than they were before. However, Space Cat is out of missiles. EMPs are not going to help the issue of running out of energy. It has 3 of its 4 batteries. I'm pretty sure it takes like 2 minutes for it to run out. However, Space Cat is beyond crippled in terms of movement.
Plus needs to find out how to get an angle, because if those flak are coming straight at him, it's not going to be good. Still EMPs, still a couple nukes. Oh, but Plows can't move. Ouch. Well played, though. Good job holding out that long. I feel like I need to go back and watch what happened to the other one, because it just died. Lost the control room.
Space Cat moves on to the finals. Versus Terratron.
Semi-final? No, quarters? It would still be the winner of this, and then Too Much Aaron, and then Nick.
Okay, looking at the bracket. Okay, I guess this is quarterfinals, not or semifinals. It's quarterfinals for the entire tournament, semifinals for the losers bracket. This cat is so sad.
Space Cat's like, I'm up again?
Hey, it's what happens near the end of the tournament.
Now you go on a win streak. You're up back to back. All right, interesting ship choices. Let's see how this goes.
It's the chain gun ship, my beloved.
Versus the counter chain gun ship somehow. With spotlights, just to flex.
Yeah, that's just how cool Space Cat is. I think a lot of their armor is aesthetic, to be honest. Like, they have, like, a lot of the structure is overly stylized, technically. It's the same situation. But hey, what's the point in winning if you don't do it in style, right?
Alright, so Space Cat has a sensor. So they're gonna have a little bit more of a sight advantage.
Terratron nearly getting stuck on the rock. Wait, isn't that Plow's ship? Let's see. Look at the bracket. No, Space Cat just beat Plow's. Yeah, Terratron beat Luno. Okay. Making sure. Because that seems like a very Plow's similar ship. Those nukes are probably gonna hurt. Well, let's see. Head on ram. No finesse needed. Oof, I don't think we're gonna get there.
Flak doing work, tearing that apart.
It's so cool to me that, like, this absolute overwhelming alpha ship is just not good against something as robust as Space Cat's ship.
Well, you have to also consider Flak is shooting down the projectiles, isn't it?
No, chain guns are hit scan.
Oh. So no defensive benefit, but still they melted the chain guns.
Yeah, when you're actively attacking them, they do not have a lot of time to survive and attack back. This is typically we don't see glass cannon builds at all for reasons like this.
So this is gonna be too much Aaron versus Space Cat?
Yeah. Mm. Space Cat has really just been tearing their way through the through the bracket.
Fighting their way back
It's
to the winner's bracket.
is very impressive. It's like typically one does not expect somebody that's knocked out in the very first round by Plows to make their way back. And they even beat Plows for the second time. Like, Plows was the one that knocked him out, and they won back in the loser's bracket against the one that knocked him down.
It's been very impressive. There's been a lot of great play this tournament.
Yeah, this tournament's been
From
phenomenal.
and the most surprising thing, from people I didn't expect to be playing that well,
Yeah, it's like
or people I had never heard of before. That it's like, wow.
plus like all the new players too. That's always cool as well.
So this being semis, is this best of three?
Yes,
I don't know if you had typed that. I missed it.
I didn't. Thank you for reminding me. Connection suffering. It's not my connection. Game's still fine.
Too much Aaron disconnected. Host ended the game.
Yeah, I quit out.
Way to go.
Stabilize. Mm-hmm.
Ultimate mind games. What ship is Space Cat gonna bring?
This cat has brought the one different ship, the two the two missile ships that beat Blaze despite being dead.
Yeah, with the redundancy cockpits.
Yeah, redundancy cockpits are a phenomenal innovation. I'm not sure who came up with them, but they've been great. Okay, well, Space Cat still goes with Siberia Snow. And Push Aaron departs from their beloved Ion. I love this paint scheme, by the way. The Cabal paint scheme. I've always associated it with the beach.
I was going to say that's off. I can't think of the ship name right now. The color scheme.
Yeah, it's definitely one of them, though. One of Velda's Cabal ships.
Anyway, 8 DCs. Big hooks.
May have to record this after the fact so that it has proper word. right?
Ooh, missed that DC volley.
Well, Aaron mitigated the nukes though, so it's still kind of a victory in my opinion. If he can just deprive that ship out of ammo and outlast it, like that ship is kind of in a certain sense like an alpha burst ship. It just doesn't have the appearance of one because it can't really sustain everything and runs out of ammo decently quickly. Hmm.
Space Cat immediately targeting both hooks.
To be fair, the hooks allow a ridiculous amount of manipulation and control that is very bad. Oh god, yeah.
Oh no.
Aaron absolutely has the right choice of words there.
That was bad.
That was a little bit rough.
Okay, so that volley took out the shield on that side, if they continue.
It's kind of interesting. The core is so well protected that this might be one of the ships where it's actually advantageous to strip the weapons, which isn't common. Typically, ships are vulnerable enough or their reactors are forward enough that you want to go for those first. But in this case, it seems like Space Cat has put so much armor internally. I double-clicked on it, you can see like 5 layers of it. It'd probably just be better to just go for the flak and such. Aaron is out of control. That's why they're not
Yeah,
moving.
I would have said definitely hit the flak because that's what did a ton of damage, but Aaron lost control. Still has a cockpit, but no CR.
Yeah,
They're gonna have
it's
to struggle to turn things off.
only the one cockpit. They probably need to turn off all of their shields, all but like 2 of their thrusters so they can reposition. Space Cat wins.
Ah, so
That's
that is Space Cat moving on to the finals
no,
after
no, no, no.
clawing back
Not
from.
yet, not yet. This is best of 3.
Oh, yeah.
We're not done
Oh,
yet.
right. Best of 3.
One more win, then we go. We're not there yet, though.
Need a breather. I don't blame you. I would after that too.
Well, kind of unfortunate that some of the people that make me not want to host tournaments have still been present. But the actual event itself has been great. Interesting, fun to watch.
Well, a lot of good games. Not as many chain guns, but they're still really new. People haven't had a lot of time to experiment.
Yeah,
Price changes have made ships that they designed for chain guns not viable, so
yeah, that's probably the other thing is that people didn't have time to adapt them or as such.
next tourney we'll see more.
Hopefully. The thing that gets me is that there's no standard, like, design, right? Is like these gimmicky alpha ships do not last long in, like, metas because people figure out how to counter them, like, as demonstrated here. And it's just like they crumple very quickly, and
92 heavy lasers.
yeah, so they're exceedingly gimmicky versus like your mainstays, missile orbiters, ion rammers, avoiders, etc., etc. There's no equivalent for that for chain guns yet, and I can't figure out why. And imagine that sort of standard ship with resupply options would be a lot better. These kept breaking out the manas again versus too much Aaron returning to their beloved ions with the Atromatos. Lovely name, love that name. And this is very interesting. This has point defense, a lot of it. But I mean, only on the front. Oh, it also has side shields. I didn't notice that. The just obscured it. Side shields are always interesting to see. It's
Oh
like
yeah, it does.
it's the same investment level as like armor, but like lighter and just requires logistics. Very curious.
Interesting side protection there.
I wonder how many missiles it catches. It seems like it's not a great position for it, but you know, for Aaron to
Hopefully, with the aimable prisms, they won't have as much trouble with the redundant cockpits.
the point defense might be capable of shutting down the nukes, but the missiles actually draw fire for it, so that's pretty cool. Draw fire for them. Okay, so the interesting thing about this is that there's 4 locations that high explosive missiles are coming from, which makes them a lot harder to deal with and mitigate. Normally, it's like 1 or at most 2 directions, which makes them predictable and consistent. Here, Aaron has their work cut out for them.
Doing a good job so far.
Yeah. But you know, like shield heavy, thrust heavy designs, when you get losses, you get more losses. That's what compounding and yeah, compounding failure means. So even if things are fine now, they can get a lot worse very rapidly. Like I think Blaze's fight comes to mind. And if Aaron bonks in, those nukes start causing problems too.
Doing insanely well eating these missiles with the PD and shields.
Yeah, definitely lasted quite a good portion of time. It's a little bit unfortunate the EMPs haven't been able to get to the control rooms and been effective that way. Because like even if they hit the shields, they're probably not going to break them.
So by orbiting both of the ships this way, it blocks the missiles by making them hit each other. Pretty smart.
Yeah, it makes the patterns consistent. You can dodge them by going in a circle, so they're always trying to catch up, and even if they get in front of you, the point defense shoots them down. The shifting movement that Space Cat was emulating before was definitely advantageous, which is why they're doing it now as well. Or trying to. Aaron has incredible mindfulness of all the things that are going on. Like the nukes, any single set of nukes can be catastrophic, but they've dodged most all of them. Let's see if they finish the job. Nope, they did not learn from Blaze's mistakes.
Oh
Oh!
no!
Rush with death there.
Might need to take a second to get some energy back.
Yeah. I'm also kind of surprised they didn't turn their disruptors off. There's no shields on these ships. A neat trick you can do if you have disruptors on your ship is you can set the operators to be capable of supplying other things should the disruptors be turned off, so that you can still use the crew if the opponent doesn't have. It's a decently advanced crew gimmick though, so it's not uncommon to know. I think Space Cat's largely out of ammo at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it.
They're out of missile ammo for sure. They still have quite a few nukes, and we all know that those can be the great equalizer.
A single nuke can win a game. I'm really impressed. Aside from some corner PD, Aaron hasn't really lost anything.
Yeah, Aaron's at 96% health, which means they've lost, like, at least 3% health. Which is
That was
extremely impressive for how constant the aggression of these missile ships is, and how oppressive their aura of attack is. Such. Oh, this could hurt though. Aaron just dodges it all. There goes another percent or two, but you know. Definitely a ship befitting of its Imperium paint.
Alright. Now to kill the cockpits and finish the game.
Okay, I thought Aaron might like stop paying attention. I was like, I won. It's just gonna load out, right? Like takes damage. I'm glad they didn't do that.
Yeah, they played super smart the whole match,
Yeah, this was great piloting on their part.
which means this is going to a round 3?
Yes. Assuming they win. I guess they could eat all the nukes, but that would be really dumb. So I'm assuming it's gonna be going to a round 3.
So that was a crazy match from Aaron. Great piloting. Dodged all the missiles.
I'm very curious to see what happens next. Space Cat probably definitely has more ships, but I wonder if they'll use a third one.
The mind games.
Come on. You know, I had a lot of disrespect for this format, especially given that a lot of players have just been given the raw end of a deal and just like instantly lost. Like that doesn't feel great. But this section makes this a lot more interesting. Like these matches have been very close, all things considered, which I was not expecting at all.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it happens that way, and sometimes blind pick is just rock, paper, scissors.
Seems as though each player is using one of their ships twice.
I think this is the matchup Aaron expected last round.
Yes. This ship I would say is definitely um really good one. The Atromatos is very cool. Actually has a use for the disruptors as well. Let's see. The deck cannons are going to be probably the biggest nuisance. Because, as demonstrated, missiles and nukes are not a problem. Flak is not going to be able to break through the shields. But deck cannons might arc around, right?
I don't
Let's,
know, 6 flak and missiles.
plus, there's always the wild card that is nukes. Not to mention that Space Cat can just ram and then boost into Aaron, which can fully destabilize their control options. I suspect Aaron is going to actively avoid that from actively try to avoid that happening though. Activating their own boost. I didn't even know that ship had any.
Connection lost.
Down doesn't count.
What a bummer.
Did they use the same ships or not? What do you think? Or be forced to use the same ships or not?
I mean, I would normally say no, but both players, it seems like that's what they wanted to use anyway. Not like there's too much surprise in the fog of war.
Hmm. Why would you switch ships? The other one was superior. Like, surely this is just a strict downgrade. I can't make any sense of that.
This one would be able to ram the sides and take a little bit of the flak better.
I mean, I guess so, but the other one was doing fine just orbiting. Kick you temporarily. I hope you don't mind.
No, not if I'm the one lagging.
I don't know if you necessarily are. I'm just trying to help this. See, so Aaron does not have nearly as much speed. They got stuck on rocks outside their spawn, so they haven't built up any momentum to deal with things. Let's see how they try and approach Space Cat. I imagine that they're going to try to ram the side, like Anthrax mentioned. But actually getting that to be reliable is going to be difficult, given that Space Cat knows that's coming. And they slide right past him into a rock, nearly getting caught on it. Fortunately, sliding off. Bouncing off. Okay. Space Cat then bumps into the same rock. And is out of thrust because of usage of boost and whatnot. So, seems like too much Aaron is going to get behind Space Cat and ram them. Unfortunately, gets stopped by the rock as well. Space Cat might have a chance to get out of this now. Activates boost, trying to turn for all they've got. Seems as though it won't be an instant loss. I don't think Space Cat can really get out of this is the issue. And even if they had all their weapons on Aaron, it probably wouldn't be capable of breaching the shields quickly enough. I guess Aaron just, stopped committing. Nukes miss, unfortunately. Always hurts to see. And Aaron ends up behind Space Cat again. Ions are having trouble aiming properly. They're being used to aim despite the fact that the armor hasn't been shed or shredded at all. And it's really cooking in the reactor. Let's click on that to see its health. Nukes incoming from the side. Aaron barely catching them with their side armor in time. Running out of armor in front of the reactor, and I think Aaron has got it. Still struggling to line up the shot though, their own armor being a nuisance. Disconnecting it as necessary. Reactor's taking damage, and reactor is dead. All that's left is the reserve cockpit on the front of the ship. And if Aaron doesn't dodge the nukes, this could be catastrophic. One manages to hit very close to the center of Aaron's ship, but does not detonate the reactor. Does take down a shield and some thrusters, though. Very scary. Aaron recognizes the reserve cockpit for being what it is and being necessary to take out, and seems to be trying to figure out how to line up the shot. With all the missiles coming in, and the nukes coming in. Just need to kill the one block, and then they'll be fine. Base Cat largely out of options at this point, could try firing their nukes. If they get close enough, the nukes could be fired through the shields. Oh! Okay, the shield projects just in time to catch it. Aaron gets stuck on the rock, though. Does cannon have any ammo? No, it has no ammo. That would have been very problematic if it fired. Okay, Space Cat's nukes are actively reloading. Aaron better get out of the way quick. Oh, unfortunately it's not aimed to the center of Aaron's mass, so it only takes out some thrusters, but the next one might be a little bit more problematic, though. Aaron's going to catch it on that side. No! Got it! Aaron manages to get further away. They're almost there. Don't forfeit, Aaron. You almost got it. Space Cat's gonna launch another nuke soon, though. Slide for everything you've got. Next nuke is incoming. Okay, Aaron has regained control of their ship. There's more nukes if they're not careful, though. Space Cat lying in wait, knowing everything that's up. The nukes still don't seem ready to fire for some reason. Too much Aaron being as careful as possible. Space Cat should launch those nukes because Aaron's a sitting duck right there and doesn't have any momentum. Space Cat is turned all their weapons off. Let's see, hoping for the crew to come back. Aw, their nukes are full and they have operators and they have... No, they don't have enough control points. Yep, only one control room is a rough amount. That is stressful. But Aaron will move on. Aaron expressed that they had nerves. I imagine it has not gotten better with that match.
I would not imagine so. But incredible play from both of them, making it this far through the losers bracket, fighting their way back up.
So Nick is the one that knocked Aaron down.
The fated rematch.
Oh, he uses special characters, of course. Woo!
And that was a tense finish to that match. with a fragment left.
That was too close for both players. No kidding, adrenaline's still coursing. Yeah, Space Cat is third.
I think it would just go one best of 5.
But the thing is,
Winners
Nick.
bracket winner versus losers bracket
But the
winner.
thing is, Nick never lost. If he loses, he'd be knocked down to the losers bracket and would be facing Aaron.
No, he just takes second,
Is okay.
as opposed to Aaron having to win twice to take first.
Okay. It seems as though there's different ways that people do it. So it could go either way. Normally these tournaments have been if the winner loses, they get to go again, though that doesn't occur very often. That's just been the norm. I guess it could go differently though. Nick doesn't seem interested in that, so if it's his preference, then it can just be a single best of 5.
Yeah, I normally just see the winner is first and the loser is second. And the loser fought their way back so they get the seed and they don't have to win twice.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Because Aaron has definitely earned it with all these past games.
Yes. So this is our first match of 3 to 5. Back in the day, in like 8-player lobbies or 6, it's like if it was sufficiently laggy enough, the standard was that you would slow it down to 1/4 speed. Because otherwise you just couldn't control your ship at all. So this is something that has been out of practice for a long time, but it is actually the standard. Despite it not being used or necessary or etc. So obviously this probably benefits the more advanced ship better, which is I'd have to say is Nyx, because he now has more time to micro all of his individual weapon systems. Whereas Aaron has more piloting finesse, but Nick has more reaction time, of course.
Alright, the first EMP volley is out.
Remember, this could hit the control rooms. I'm kind of
Oh
surprised.
no, and mines.
Ooh, only one set of them, though. Kind of surprised that Nick didn't hold fire on the EMPs to try and target the control rooms.
Yeah, I can't really tell where they're targeted right now.
I don't think they're targeted at all. It was just fire at will, fire on sight. Miss, mines avoided. I don't think the EMPs are actually going to be capable of catching up.
Yeah, they look like they're about to time out.
Well, let's see. Aaron can probably cut through all that armor, but in committing to this ram, now Aaron has to deal with the fact that Nick will have complete access to their ship in terms of like the missile. Now, what you want to do here actually is ram, because ramming makes it so that your opponent isn't moving as fast, which gives missiles the time they need to catch up, right?
Aaron shedding armor and going for a dangerous spin to get rid of it.
Yeah, Aaron deciding that committing to the ram was probably not the best move, which makes sense given that they were about to start taking a lot of damage. Furthermore, the ability to aim is a huge boon when you're fighting a ship like this that has a lot of defense. Then you can just shoot around it as necessary. However, this does make it more vulnerable to the 4 EMPs Nick has. He doesn't just have preloads, he does have 4 dedicated EMPs. And you know, too much Aaron is relying on shields now, so... Oh, plus mines. Don't forget that mines can arm behind shields.
I think that's what knocked Aaron into the losers bracket the first time.
Yeah, I think it was. Let's see if Nick is going to try and redo that. Probably going to not arm fashion. No. So I think Nick probably does have it on his mind to try and repeat that. 2 nukes dedicated, guaranteed to hit, I would say. Ideally, you don't have them hit the in-between area of the shields because they deal twice as much damage hitting more shields. So now Aaron is shieldless for a large portion of their front. Don't fly into the mines. He now has to try and avoid getting stuck on the rock. Mine is going to cause more problems.
I bet
Oof.
Aaron really wished that they had brought their PD version.
Yeah, the PD version I'd say is a lot better for this matchup. Let's see. It's so silly how far away missiles can just track and continue chasing you. Makes them feel like they have significantly more range than they do. And struggling to rotate as they always do.
They'll get there, eventually.
Nick's mines have been an actually great addition to this ship. I wasn't expecting them to be carrying as much weight as they seem to. Yeah, they prevent like head-on charges, and the nukes prevent head-on rams. And then the missiles are just a destabilizing factor.
Uh-oh, those nukes.
Oh.
Those missiles.
That would be a great time to launch. Of Fortunately, the nukes were caught on the shields, but of course, Aaron has to get disengaged again because it's so dangerous to approach the ship.
And juked those mines.
Yeah. Probably gonna cause problems. Might get got the control room. Aaron has no control. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The other EMPs also get that control room. Both control rooms are off. Let's see, the missile is not great at hitting any target, but better at hitting sitting ducks. Nukes are launching. Didn't turn the ions off of auto firing. You probably would have wanted to do that if you'd known what was coming.
God, that was such rough timing for that EMP to hit the control room, too. Aaron was just targeting the rear thruster cluster on
You
Nick's ship and was about to get the cockpit.
you see the small window between the thruster and the armor side that the EMPs had to sneak through to get to the cockpit? Okay, that's a win for Nick. I so appreciate the sportsmanship that's been in this tournament. Yeah, it's like a ship completely dead in the water, no thrust, no momentum, no armor for the control rooms, one of them dead. Facing away from the thing behind it with missiles pouring down. There's no way that was ever going to be an Aaron win.
Wonder if Nick will bring the same ship?
It seems to be a really solid option. I don't think that he can get the same EMP windows because wow.
Oh, and Aaron didn't go with the PD version like I expected. They're going with the ion nuke.
This one be cool. Very impressive paint. This. Ooh. Oh,
Was that me that lost connection or everybody?
it was just you. We'll continue.
All right.
Alright, so let's see. Aaron's Vignet has not been used for the entire tournament, so let's take a look at it. Pretty standard nuke arrangement where it's 1/4 and a 2x6 for one nuke launcher. Pretty consistent reload. Depending on crew rolls, it might be better or worse, depending on how the match goes. Because you can have operators leave to fire, which makes it better in the long run, but worse in the short time. It also only has 14 ions, and they are not likely to be aimable. So, yeah, and there's no way to remove the armor like there is for the previous ships. So this is a much more rigid, even in shape, especially in shape, ship that will be used they'll be probably more capable of taking the damage that Nick throws out. Nick just now finding out that it was a different ship too. The swarm of EMPs, very imposing, very frightening. And even worse, this ship is even worse against EMPs because the control rooms are in one location. Admittedly, there are armor strands to prevent the EMPs from coming in from the side angles to hit them. But if EMPs come in from behind, that could be absolutely brutal to deal with. Now Nick is the one that has to deal with nukes, though. Let's see, probably would have been... Yeah, I want to catch that on your essential armor. You can't really dodge that with how slow your ship is. Another asteroid. Aaron just can't catch a break here. Boosters activating. Speed. Mines launching. Nice. Directly in the way. Let's see if those arm, and they don't. Oh, okay. Those do arm. They deal pretty sizable damage. So Vignet taking pretty sizable damage to his front already, with mines like exploding in practically inside of Aaron's armor, followed by the 2 nukes. However, very little damage has actually been done. It's only armor damage. It's only the paint. But eventually, you know, it starts getting worn away, and then we start having problems. EMPs not affecting the shields despite hitting directly on the front. More mines just eaten, followed by more nukes. However, Aaron gets the chance to launch 3 nukes of their own. These will presumably hit. Ooh. Well, it took out the mines. Pretty good. And now Nick is not in a great position to avoid those. What are they aimed at? Let's see. Oof, those are not aimed at the right thing. Those will not be hitting anything relevant. If they hit at all. Now, you want to aim it over here. Like, if you're being pushed, then aiming at the base of the ship is better. But if you're pushing, you want to aim pretty far forward, like the corner right there. As to make sure that you have the highest chance of them actually hitting something. Vignet's rear is not nearly as strong as its front. Let's hope Aaron can turn fast enough to avoid that. Armor chunk has been broken off. That's technically not part of the ship. Probably will still function as armor though. All of Aaron's operation systems are still mostly fine though. All the ions, all the shields, all the nukes. A little bit out of ammo for the nukes. Almost exactly 1/3 of it has been used. So let's see. Back into the fray. Less mines to go around, but still the same amount of nukes from Nick to cause all the problems. And those were auto-fired instead of aimed. Oof. Those will not be hitting anything. Off into space they go. Very unfortunate. They probably could have taken out 1 or 2 missile modules if they'd been aimed properly. Oh, Aaron's life just flashed before my eyes. Mines went into the cavity. Single one armed, all the ions are gone. Probably a reactor. Aaron has to take a moment to breathe out, taking a little bit of damage but recognizing just how safe they were. Unfortunately, nukes are auto-fired again, going nowhere. Boosts being used to try and get fast. Nick's ship's surprisingly durable and exceedingly effective at making ships disengage. Missiles are now making their way through the side armor that has been stripped over time. And of course, damaging the rear, assuming they hit. More nukes from Nick. Nick also not... Well, he's either not aiming or not targeting properly, but he should be aiming near the front of Aaron's ship so that they ideally arc back into it. But aiming nukes is very difficult. It's very high skill ceiling with a very low skill floor. Aaron's starting to make progress through the armor, however. Very impressive. The disconnected armor chunk still serving. Aaron deciding aiming is the right thing to do. And the asteroid gets in the way. Oh, Aaron got disconnected. There's 2 ships there. I think Aaron's stuck. And this is a fully functioning shield module. He'll drop fire, but Nick has his eyes on the prize, and those are going to land. Very impressive. Doo-doo. What are your thoughts, if any, on that match, Anthrax?
Well, I'm a little behind watching it since I got booted, but crazy match. This whole tournament has been awesome.
So this is technically match point for Nick. Aaron needs to win 3 times in a row. This isn't impossible, but no matter the game, this is very unlikely. There's a huge amount of concentration and focus, and even slipping up once results in failure.
Aaron bringing PD this time, at least.
Yes, a ultralight missile orbiter. These aren't nearly as commonly seen as traditional missile orbiters that use armor. However, it is going to be, I'd say, a lot better suited to this matchup than a normal missile orbiter would be, because it's just going to hard counter those missiles, which Nick has obviously proven that he's very fond of. However, the concern for me is that if the EMPs all hit the shields, and then the missiles or nukes or mines come in, then that could instantly kill Aaron very easily. So let's see. Both players trying to make their way to each other. Aaron probably sick of getting stuck on rocks and is now going at a slightly slower pace, trying to take their time. Interestingly, Aaron does not have a sensor, and Nick does. I wonder if that's played into how some of the previous matches have went.
Considering Aaron's been playing ions for the last couple of matches, I don't think it would have nearly as big of an effect as if it were missiles or rails.
There's
That's a different ship.
a ship that can mine a little bit more. And the good luck with the MP. And the heavy front of Nick is not nearly as safe or consistent against missiles that can just go around it, lol. So the MPs mostly scatter off and do not hit a control room. So there is a silver lining there for Aaron at least, but well, even if those come back, all they'll do is turn off a few factories. There's no way they can set up, completely completely kill Aaron by turning off the control rooms.
Yeah, they're a bit more well protected.
So that's roughly half of Aaron's damage just turned off for a while. I'm not really sure how Nick wins this. Obviously, I don't mean to jinx it or anything. But the PD is well established to just completely crush missiles when it's presented.
I would say nukes and mines could still be the win condition for Nick.
PD will actually reliably shoot down mines, even if they're in the launching process. I know this because I tried using flak on orbital walls, or using mines against orbital walls, and their flak just shot it down.
I'm just thinking if Aaron gets too close and those mines get inside those shields, it could be devastating.
It would really be a shame to lose 2 match points because of that, wouldn't it?
It really would.
Technically worth noting that one could have microed their side PD to not fire at nukes that were going to miss anyways, because you lose energy that does not regenerate that way.
Not sure what Aaron's aiming at here either.
I think Aaron's just trying to like attack him and wear down his defenses and such. Because like the thing is, Nick's defenses don't regenerate or anything. Look at that weaved armor. I'm so proud. Divine.
At least it's not corridors.
Hey, don't you knock my beloved corridor armor. It's good. It's a sensation that'll sweep the nation. Anyhow, the issue is I can't see Nick doing anything with the missiles. Like, you may as well stop firing them since they're not doing anything to Aaron. And, like, you will burn through all of your ammo eventually. And this ship does not have very much stores. It's already used 1/3 of its stores.
Oh, wow, you're right.
And for nothing. For very clearly nothing. The point defense on Aaron, well, okay, it's not nothing. Nick has depleted the ammo of the point defense, or has depleted a lot of it. So it appears that that was more the job or the EMP that did that than the high explosive missiles.
Thankfully, that's just the side PD. Front PD still has power supply. Aaron's missiles continuing to drill away through Nick's armor.
Now that they're hitting shields, it shouldn't be as big of an issue though, because Nick can just regenerate. Of course, you don't want all of the missiles to hit all of the shields. You want to just mix it really well, right? If Aaron does that, recognizable damage there actually occurring to Nick.
Now would be a perfect time to launch some nukes and mines.
Auto firing some nukes so that they hit something preemptively. Unfortunately, they're just going to bounce off of shields, but that was definitely a good effort.
Oh, but they took out all the shields. Wait, what just blew up behind? Oh no, it's just the graphic from the missile. So all the shields on that one side still down.
Yeah, this constant stress of needing to support the point defense and thrusters is probably distracting from them. Aaron, oh, those are mines. Aaron might also have selected to prioritize the shields as being lower than the point defense and thrusters, which means it'll be a pretty sizable amount of time before they return to functionality. Those missiles are from a pleasant angle. Unless they just get stopped by this one random chunk of armor. Nick continuing to auto-fire nukes to middling effect. Almost hit with those. Auto-firing nukes is a very strenuous art that is not reliable or consistent or really good, but sometimes it's all you got.
Yeah, it's kind of like firing your rails when you're getting rammed just for the kick to try to break free.
Yeah, like it's may as well try something, right?
Oof, all those missiles gonna hit the rock.
The Ring of Death. I thought Aaron would be making quicker work of Nick, but Nick has been doing an excellent job mitigating damage. As oh, mines. Nuke fell off of Nick's ship. Nick can't even really turn to face, otherwise he's gonna suffer damage from these stream of missiles coming in. Okay, he's been deprived of his nuke options and lost a missile module.
That's gotta hurt.
Ring of Death has been sufficiently closed that basically their fighting has been forced closer regardless of what their other plans were. Nick is also below a third of his ammo. Doors. Too much Aaron has had their supply lines cut off. So one of their modules is actually dead, even though it doesn't look like it yet. And one of them is going to have reduced logistics because it requires one reactor to support it. So Aaron's left side shields are going to be weaker.
It's looking rough for Nick as that ammo's running out.
As is the armor. I'm kind of surprised it held up this long.
Right?
The fossil is ridiculously durable. Like, I did not expect it to take this much beating and still be running. Like, it just doesn't seem like it cares.
And Nick's thrust forcing him to go into a really, really bad angle to try to get out of the rod, but only to run into some more missiles.
Yeah, for all that maneuverability, it's like you have to maintain range at the same time, and you have to present your front because that's the only strong part of your ship. All things combined, it's like you can't really do anything to get out of the rod and stay defended. Whereas Aaron can just fly in circles since they're ignoring the missiles. Whatever damage concentration Nick had to breach the shields has long since been deprived of him as well. Aaron's stores are still fine. Aaron's like through half of them, I guess. Maybe 2/3. 3/5.
Some fraction.
Nick splits off. I don't know if that was an intentional thing, but it is now being shot at by point defense. Okay, well, I guess a way to get damaged is to just put yourself right downwind of the launchers like that.
I don't think that split was intentional. I don't think there was an explosive charge there.
Fair enough. Well, Nick cannot get back into the ring without using vector thrust. Like, ideally one would get to the center of the ring and rotate to face Aaron's ship. But that section has little to no maneuverability to work with. And all these missiles are coming back.
Only one control room to go.
It was long, it was drawn out, but Aaron wins.
Which puts it at 2-1. The comeback has begun.
Talking for this long makes my throat hurt. Gotta be honest. Where? Okay, if we started at 7:30, it's 3. We've been at this for 5 hours.
Yep.
Well, I can appreciate that the connection on my end did not waver once. Almost exactly 5 hours.
I wonder if Nick is going to bring something different. It would be very interesting if Nick only used one ship the whole tournament. One loss, all of a sudden his confidence is shattered. He's got to switch ships now.
I can't believe no one's innovated on chain guns. This is so sad. I'm gonna have to do it myself. Whenever we start the match, anyway.
Yeah, see, there's an example. CG changes broke a ship that was viable.
Makes sense.
Probably just minor price things.
That's regrettable nonetheless.
Oh wait, no, he did play 2 ships. Because he played that one before, right?
Yeah. I really appreciate this ship. Okay, so the funny thing is, if you start a match with a different timer, it makes the match technically go twice as fast. So I have to start at 1/2.
What? Oh, right.
You can also do this to get 30-second matches, which is yikes, but you know, some players do that. Okay, so asteroid in the center. Aaron cannot catch a break, you know? Constant asteroids. It's so funny watching the players react to there just suddenly being a rock in their way.
I could swear with Fog of War asteroids were visible in Dom, but I don't play Fog of War and Elim ever, so could be different.
I'm pretty sure they're not. It might have been changed, I guess. That might be a source of confusion. But I'm pretty sure they're not. That's something I gotta talk to Walt about. As well as having like fog of war vision so we can see what the players see. Mines have shown themselves to be phenomenal this tournament. I don't care what anyone says.
It's a good thing that's like the first thing we talked about this morning. That would be cool. Mines.
Well, they would. It's a shame that chain guns have been used less than mines, but they came nice ship. Nick also used the rail nuke ship orbiter. He's used 3 ships this event. It's such a bold move to detach your armor like that when you know there's mines on the field that can, you know, arm behind them. Arm behind your shields.
Yeah.
But hey, it's probably going to be a lot more helpful. If you just get close enough. Okay, so the thing is, if you push Nick too fast, and the mine's released, they slow down immediately and will arm very quickly. So I think we're gonna see Nick launch some mines. Yup.
Mutual destruction almost, but Nick comes out ahead for the win.
Mines decided.
Oh goodness, that's ugh. It feels dirty to even think about.
Nah. This was completely fair.
Remember the tournament that was won by mines?
The chain gun tournament that was actually mines. Well, you see Aaron. I'm assuming that you're hearing or whatever. Very, very good matches. So, 3-1 in Nick's favor. So Nick is our first place. Too Much Aaron is our second place. And it is Space Cat for our third. Yeah, so everyone did good. All the new players. I'm going to fill the bracket. Try to on the stream. Just so that people can review it. very long. What happens when you have double elimination brackets? As we can see, Nick was the final winner. Too Much Aaron, second place. Space Cat, third. Very impressive from everyone. The next event shall be on the 21 and 28th, or maybe just the 28th, but probably the 21 and 28th.
Will there be more chain guns?
Ideally.
It'll be Elim, right?
Yes. To be honest, I'm sick of domination, and it's the same matches and the same people, and I don't know, they were it felt not great to be hosting those for several different reasons.
Agreed.
And no, I do not miss domination. I will be hosting more of it as necessary, but not super interested in doing so. So, it may be the case that the balance mod is used for that event. Haven't made up my mind.
All right.
Because, like, we still haven't properly seen chain guns, you know, right?
Yeah, so if you have chain guns and the balance mod, people are just going to be playing 800-meter deck cannons.
It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you for helping me, Anthrax. Thank you everyone for participating. Event wouldn't be great without you guys.
GG's to everybody who played.
Please catch the next one.